Okay. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Tonight is October 8th, 2023, 5:17 p.m. And we are the Dr. Julius Nairi, CBPM, Division 421 of the UNIA-ACL. This will be our first official mass meeting for the month of October. As always, we start our meetings with our pledge to the red, black, and green flag. So if you would, please put your black fist in the air and say along with me, but we're all saying this together, pledge to the UNIA flag. I have to keep changing this. All right. I commit my body, mind, spirit to the protection, defense, and security of the red, black, and green. I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa and the liberation of her scattered black children. I accept for myself and my descendants the teachings of universal African nationalism, and I promise that our children will be instilled with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people, in order that the cause of our struggle will neither falter nor fail until all black people are free and united through one God, one aim, and one destiny. Vice versa. Vice versa. Okay, flip over. Make sure I'm showing the right stuff. I'll quickly go over our ground rules and I'll do a roll call. Conference call guidelines. Meeting is divided into two halves. First half, we discuss a topic related to the organization. Afterwards, we give members a chance to comment or ask questions over the topic. During this phase of the meeting, focus solely on the subject. With your questions and comments, you'll have a chance to talk about whatever you like during the second half. Second half, everyone will have 3 to 4 minutes to share on a topic of their choice. Number 2, be considerate. Please do not go over your time when you have the floor. We want everyone to have a chance to express his or herself. You're speaking, if you're speaking over the time can affect how long other members will have to speak. If you have something important to share that will take longer than 5 minutes, you can also request a presentation between 15 minutes and 1 hour long. That will be approved by the administration. To ensure we can hear all speakers, keep your phones muted when you're not speaking. Have a pen and paper available, or you can use your phone to take notes, save contact information, or make a list of things you would like to comment or ask questions about when it's your turn to speak. Number 6, there will be people on this call with different ideas, religions, and opinions than your own. It is okay to disagree, but we must not become disrespectful and nasty towards one another. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree. Number 7, ladies, do not give out your personal phone numbers during the conference call. Instead, give out your business number or email. And number 8, do not use the N-word during the call or curse words. We record these calls and we share this information for children. And lastly, have a good time. Enjoy yourselves. So that is our ground rules. As far as, let's see, stop there. Roll call. We have myself, Brother John, President. We have our Lady President, Sister Rod Ebony. We have our Treasurer, President Ross Marvin. We have our Recording Secretary, Brother Art. We have our Counsel General, Attorney Emotep. We have our member out of New York, Dr. Shams. We have Sister Belinda. So we've got 7 on the call at the moment. So that takes care of those items. Let me go to my email. Work from the email. Okay, everybody should have gotten this email earlier today, 7 hours ago, 10 o'clock this morning, inviting our membership to this meeting. Included in that email was what I have for a brief agenda to kind of give us a format to get through the meeting. So we've gone through call to quorum. We've gone to pledge to the UNI flag. We've gone through roll call and ground rules. Next thing that I wanted to discuss was meeting minutes from our previous meeting. Actually, this will include the meeting from September 24th as well as September 10th, both of those meetings. Brother Art, did you have anything that you wanted to share as far as meeting minutes from the previous meetings? Brother Art, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just going over them.
I've got some notes as well, but I wanted to, give you an opportunity as recording secretary. Where is my stuff?
You want me to just read over them?
Yeah, actually, that's fine. We don't have a big program today. It's kind of just on the officers. So, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. We had this is for the 24th.
You don't have anything for the 10th?
Oh yeah, I do. Okay. This is for the 10th. Call to order was at 5:10, and the president asked to take a list recording for Tania. I wanted Tania to give the minutes of the last recording.
Got you.
Okay. Tania opened the pledge and the guidelines. President John did the roll call. There were 14 members attending. By the end of the meeting, there were 17. The president welcomes the new members who joined at the Garvey Day event. And you asked for a last call for those attendees. And you asked the members to introduce themselves.
Yes.
And you asked the leaders to explain to the new attendees why they joined, and explain what their motivation for joining was.
Okay.
The first leader to do that was Vice President Omasius. Then Tania gave her reasons. And the new member, Diane, asked questions on their longevity. Then Attorney Imhotep gave his reason and his length of longevity. John gave his, President John. Sister Diane said she would participate in the education program for the for the division.
Mhm.
President John lamented on Garvey and his philosophy. Baba James, the youth coordinator, gave his summation. Amina, a longtime activist and member, gave hers. Treasurer ex-President Ross Marvin gave his, and the session closed and open to the new members to give their summations. And there was a long list of, I think it was 7 or 8 of them that gave theirs. And then at 6:20, Sister Aziza wanted to get a list of dues paying members.
Yep.
And and a new member, Terrell, I forget his last name, he expressed how he was motivated by the Garvey Day events. Del Vecchio, a new member, dittoed that. He said the same thing. Sister Amina talked about the truth and how lies have been spread throughout history and to fool us. President John speaks on Garvey's philosophy and touches ways to change things and discussed the Collard Green Festival. Baba James was absent. When this was brought up, he came in later on, I think. Imhotep read the preamble into the new members and the update. Study of the Constitution, 3 and 4 months, hours-long meetings, and the start date to be announced. Del Vecchio and Shams needs copies of the Constitution. Okay, the report from the convention was read, and resolutions and updates to current times and events. A census for the race done by us, our one resolution on how we would be done, or how it would be done by the UN and our, hang on, I can't barely read my own writing. I'm writing so fast. By our Constitution.
Okay.
Digital currency and there was a, I forget the word, well, it was brought up about digital currency and how it could affect us in the future and how we could use it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a note of that, but you okay, I got you.
Okay. All right, there were many questions about that too, so. The travel agency and accessories was brought up about traveling to different events throughout the national headquarters when they have conventions and different events like that. And that was discussed for a good 15 minutes, I guess. Bobby James finally came on, and he asked how the motor corps will be effective or used.
Yep.
And there was a discussion on that. The final resolution by Tim Goolsby,
yeah.
back in the day, the Motor National Fundraiser, Division 429, plans for headquarters and Division 330 also. Omasius says members and agree with the proposal. That's the word I was looking for, the proposal. John explains to new members about the funds for headquarters and about the united fight for support. And Amasius reminds us about the Government Works, the next convention that will be in New York, and John and Amasius about Philly in April, and have resolutions for updates. I know that don't make sense. Wow, I was trying to keep up, man. It was hard for me to write.
It makes sense to me. You did a great job, and we'll get to the 24th in just a second.
Okay.
You did a great job. Cause let me share something with y'all really quick. Which everyone should be aware of on this call, but just a reminder. So I put, and I also added it to our email that it went out, but we've been recording our meetings and using those as a backup for meeting minutes. But the one that the one that Brother Art just read, I think it was this one here, the one I just posted today. I just posted the video for it today, but I went through it and edited it. But Brother Art, you right on point. The notes and stuff that I pulled out go along with what you have documented. So just a heads up for everybody, you can use this as a backup. We do record our meetings, and they are posted online for your viewing pleasure. So,
John, did I send you this one? I thought I did.
No, I don't think so. I haven't really gotten much. I feel like I only got that first one. The first
okay,
one.
I'll do all this and then send it. I'm not familiar with Word, and I'm trying to send it through Word, and maybe it just
just type it up in a you use Gmail, right?
Yeah.
Just type it up in an email. Like, it don't have to be an official Word document. Just type it up I just need, when I say digital, I just not a picture of a notebook, but actually something that I can save and transfer and copy and paste.
Okay. All right. I'll get that done.
Thank you, sir. So everybody should be aware, with the meeting invitation that went out today, there was a link, and I'm going to start adding these to our meetings going forward. But you can watch the video from the September 10th mass meeting on the link. And I'll have the 24th, the meeting from the 24th up soon. And I will have this meeting up soon after that. But we're also posting our officers training classes up there as well. So definitely check those out. Like all the videos, that helps as well. Let me get back to the report itself. As I said, excellent report, Brother Art. Any questions or comments on Brother Art's report before I go into it? Okay. So I like to be progressive and productive. And I think our reports and the things that we discuss in our meetings are, important enough to be discussed. So they should be important enough for us to follow up on them and make sure we're making progress. So the recording for the August conference call that I asked for from Sister Tania, that has been received, and that's already posted on our YouTube. So that's done. Why I joined the UNIA was the topic of the September 10th call. Brother Macias mentioned overall support, just us, everybody supporting each other, the concept of Black economy in general. Sister Tania mentioned that she needed some help with the Whirlwind newsletter, with the articles, and I'm not sure if we made any progress on that. She's not necessarily here to speak on that, but that was something that was brought up that I remember. Sister Diane, just repeating her commitment for education department, and she's been doing a great job attending the orientations and officers training. Is Sister Diane on the call today? No, she's not. Okay, I was going to ask her to share a little bit on the orientation, but Attorney Emotep, we mentioned the Constitution study course at that time. Is there anything, I know that we talked yesterday, and you probably feel like every time we talk about it, I'm asking you the same questions. Anything that you want to share with the body on that at this time, or are we still work in progress and updates to come?
Yeah, so a work in progress, and I need to get with you. I have a couple more questions, and we need to then set a date.
Okay. So I'm personally looking forward to this. I hope all of us are, especially our officers. Garvey says, in order to teach the UNIA, first we must read its book of laws, its Constitution and book of laws from cover to cover. So if we want to be representatives of the UNIA, of the red, black, and green, we have to know the Constitution. We should know the Constitution front and back. That should be our foundation. Sister Aziza, dues paying member list. I did provide Sister Aziza with that list. Attorney Emotep, I don't know if she is present to confirm that. Let me see.
Yes, I thank you for that list. I'm really concerned about our new members because we should have more than what we have with our mass meetings. And so I was wondering if I need to go back and re-announce our meetings so that we can keep people interested and keeping track with all of our new members and making sure that we have correct email addresses.
Yes. President Ross, I kind of want to bring you in on this discussion. Ross Marvin, you there? This is the drawback of technology. Ross Marvin, you there? Okay. 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 Sister Aziza, we need to talk. I'm trying to think when would be a good time. I'm trying to think when would be a good time because we've been gearing up for a fundraiser on the 17th. Ross is not responding, so I have to make a decision.
Can I chime in on that though?
Go ahead, Lady President.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, Sister Aziza. On that particular subject, even I could just give a relevance of I can give a relevance of when I attend, like even like South Fulton's city council meetings or like Atlanta's city council meeting, they don't have, a lot of constituents there as well. So when we're moving forward, I'm going through like these different engagements and these different events, and more people are becoming involved and seeing us outside more, they're going to want to, come to these meetings and hear and, and give their opinions and their comments and stuff like that. So I wouldn't think too hard on it. I just think that we'll just continue to do the work. And as more we keep doing the work, they'll come eventually. People just have to get it in their routines that this is what we're doing. So, I wouldn't think too hard on it. I'll just, just keep going in the momentum that we're going in, and it'll show up in time. That's just my thoughts.
Understood, Lady President, and Sister Aziz, I'll let you respond in just a moment, but I wanted to give my thoughts, and it may be in line with what you're thinking. Lady President, you're correct, but we have had discussions about the division being a revolving door, where we're constantly bringing in new people, but unable to retain the people that we have. So I believe I agree with what Sister Aziza is saying. We still do need to look back and at least give everyone a fair attempt to keep up with what's going on. But we've talked about it in the aspect of membership dues specifically. We constantly going out, getting new members, asking new members to pay dues, but are we keeping up with our older members and our older members staying active? And if they're not staying active, we need to understand why not, because history repeats itself. So if our new members are eventually going to be old members. And if we can't find a process and a way of maintaining active membership, then we'll continue to have the same issues. But I understand what you're saying. We got to move forward and keep our head and our eyes forward. But I understand Sister Aziza's point as well. Sister Aziza, you want to say anything?
No, I just want to make sure that we don't lose our members, our new members, by not communicating with them. So we really need to keep that going.
Understand. Well, Sister Aziza, okay. All right. Well, I think I may have misunderstood what you're saying. We are communicating with the new members. The email that I sent out today, the email that I send out to for our mass meeting, it goes to our new members. So with our past couple meetings, that's the way that I've been reaching out. I still use our text as well, but for the last couple meetings, we've had members that joined from Garvey Day, and that lets me know that, and they've even confirmed that they've received the email for the meeting. So we are communicating, but we do need to be better and more formal. One thing that Ross Marvin sent me, I'll share. He sent like a welcome package that we never got around to sending out.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it. September 16th. You type in thank you letter. So thank you. Sorry, I'm not. This is not what I wanted to be doing. I still have so many of these emails.
President John, are we still looking to have a face-to-face meeting at least once a month?
Yes, we are. Sister Lady President, do you want to give an update on our Tuesday planning and our fundraiser while I find this email for the thank you letter?
Absolutely. Greetings, family. Just dive right into what Sister Aziza asked. We will commence the Tuesdays, November the 6th. This month, we are focused on first the fundraiser. The fundraiser on the 17th will start at 3 o'clock. Setup will start at 2:30 to 8 o'clock. After it closes down, after the fundraiser closes down, we're going to probably start shutting down around 7:30 at 8 p.m. on Tuesdays, or 8 p.m. those Tuesdays. We will go right into the African philosophy, so you'll be able to come there. As far as mass meetings on the Sunday, like I don't know if you're asking for like mass meetings to meet on these days. I have to get back with the executive body on that, because I have to see what the scheduling is, like the monthly schedule at the Almanal Grill. If the executives are interested in meeting for mass meetings, I think that's pretty cool. But the days that we have allocated to us definitely are Tuesdays. So we have the vendor forms available for those who want to vend. We are looking at the day before. Actually, I talked to Brother Kenwado. Brother Kenwado, they have like a poetry. They have something going on the day before, actually, and I asked them to come out to perform. But anyways, we'll touch back on that. But just to answer your question, Sister Aziza, yes, we will be able to meet in person on Tuesdays, each and every Tuesday, starting November the 6th. But as far as mass meetings goes, we have to get back on that right there.
Yeah, so just generally, Sister Aziza, Tuesdays, we're looking at having Tuesdays as a regular in-person meeting opportunity. Starting on the 17th, we'll be having a fundraiser at the Omanal Griot. And then on the 31st, we're planning our ancestor celebration. And every Tuesday following that, we're planning in-person programs at the Omanal Griot. Questions, comments?
Yes, that sounds great, President John. The program itself with live performances, food, beverages, and vendor space, and all of this is going to be organized completely. Should I be calling our new members, or will this just be what you will reach out through the email addresses?
We do need to call. So what we did, let me save this email somewhere. Pop that. Give me 1 second. So with the email that we sent out today, there were a couple attachments. One of those attachments was a flyer for the fundraiser. So that went to our executive officers, but it also went to all of our active members in our database. So it's over 200 people that are included on that email. But to your point, we still need to reach out to people personally. So Ross Marvin sent this to myself and Sister Diane. I will forward this to you, Sister Aziza. He sent it August 26th, but it is basically our welcome info. It's a invitation, a reminder of getting your Black government ID. We can edit that per member. The UNIA brochure, which everyone should have a copy of by now. I've sent that out a couple times. Thank you letter to the new members. So I'll have to update this, put my name, but an official thank you letter. We should be sending that out. We have not sent that out. What is this? Thank you to new members. I don't like that. That's probably, that's the same thing. And this is an explanation of the membership office. This doesn't seem as critical, but probably something for us internally to be aware of. President Ross Marvin, are you there? Can you speak to this? Okay, but the thank you letter, I think, is something. Let me update that tonight, and I will send that to you. And I think that's a good way of keeping the new members specifically engaged. If there's anything else you can think of, let me know. But I'll take that as a action item for myself to get you that thank you letter. Sister Aziza, are we good?
Yes, thank you, President John. Look good on that. I really want to see the welcome letter also. That's just something that I need to have as well.
Okay. All right. So you do have I sent you the member list of active members. I may need to update that because it doesn't, because active members are only the members that pay $3 dues. So we did have some members that joined, and I think we should probably include those that joined but are not active, to encourage them to be active.
Okay.
So I owe you some more members.
Okay.
So let me put this as a need updated thank you letter and include join. Okay. No, that's not the easiest to see. Myself from the 10th meeting, revving up for officers training, which has begun. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. The main things for us right now on a leadership level is orientation and officers training. Sent out an email for orientation last night. It's every Saturday at 8. I didn't get the email out last night till like 7:30, but we were at the Collard Green Festival all day and I didn't get home till 7. So that's my fault, but we should still be expecting the orientation every Saturday at 8. And local officers, our officers training, Message to the People course of African philosophy every Tuesday at 8. Mama Amina or Brother James is not on. Brother James, you're not here. Okay, Brother James had mentioned support for youth programs. That's always something that we focus on. I do need to follow up with Brother James. He mentioned sending a letter to the African Studies departments of the schools, and I'm not sure what happened with that, so I need to follow up with him on that. Mama Amina, I don't remember her asking for much. She's supporting our elders. Ross Marvin gave a history of the UNIA, or the history of the local division as the first president. I don't think he mentioned much support requested. As you said, Brother Terrell joined on Garvey Day, new member, wishing to learn more about Garvey and the UNIA. Del Vecchio, I remember him saying that he was a lawyer and he needed a constitution. I did provide him with a constitution. He's not here to confirm, but do want to confirm that. And Dr. Shams, we need to get you a constitution. Is that correct? Dr. Shams?
Raise first, yes, 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 sir.
Okay, I'll get that out this week. We'll get that to you.
All right, raise first.
Race first, thank you.
John,
Yes, somebody sent. Who's that?
it's Art.
Go ahead, brother Art.
Can I get one too?
Yes, you can. You are active member, and also, yeah. Let me go ahead and take this.
I want one too.
Who's that?
That's Aziza.
I want one too.
Okay, okay, okay. Pass it. For those that are not up to date or don't know if you're up to date or just want to make an additional contribution, cbpm.org/join 421. Oh no, that's the to join. The automatic payment system, which we use, cpm.org/421 funds. So any of these bottom three, oh, that's the same thing. Okay. So this one, paypal.me/UNIA421. I'm going to put these in the chat if anybody would like to make a contribution, but Brother Art and Sister Aziza, make a note. And Dr. Shams, obviously. Let me drop this in the chat. Shameless request for funds. Okay. So that's constitutions. Give me a little bit of time and I will get those to everyone. I think that was the last thing that I had. All right, yeah, Collard Green Festival. We went to the Collard Green Festival yesterday. Well attended. We handed out, in my estimation, approximately 200 UNIA brochures. We got one individual to sign up and pay dues, one individual to fill out application but did not pay dues. But we planted plenty of seeds. We were able to speak on the platform to remind the community of Marcus Garvey and the UNIA flag and letting everybody know that the UNIA is still alive. So we planted some good seeds and I expect those to turn around within the next 6 months. But we just have to continue that type of work and be consistent, because organizations nowadays come and go overnight. So just because somebody saw us, 6 months ago doesn't mean that the organization is still thriving and well today. So we have to remind them by being actively present in the community. So any comments on the Collard Green Festival? Attorney Emotep, thank you for showing up. I think you were one of the first ones there. Sister Diane, Mama Amina, Brother Omasius, Baba James, obviously. He was helping to set up and support our new member, Sister Jocelyn. Did I say Sister Diane? I think I did. Brother Cornelius. So we had a lot of members come out, support, a lot of officers, and that's what that's what we asked for. And I appreciate that. Any comments on Collard Green Festival? No comments. Okay.
I'm sorry, President John. I guess nothing other than look forward to the future and that we it'll be better for UNIA Division 421 in the future. So that's
yes, sir, Council General. We, as I've told our executive leadership, we as a division, as a people, have to be confident. The Collard Green Festival, to my understanding, it was the 14th year. This is something that we have had an opportunity to support and be a part of over the years, but we need to be confident going forward that we can put this on our calendar as an official event to support and be ready and willing to support when that time comes next year and for future years. So Garvey Day, Collard Green Festival, Ancestors Day, Kwanzaa, our fundraiser. These can be annual events. They should be annual events, but we have to really commit to them first as an executive body, and then share that with the leadership. With the membership. But anyone else comments on Collard Green Festival? Okay. And we still have the notes from the 24th, so I'm gonna try to wrap this up briefly. Resolutions that we talked about on the 10th. We talked about the resolutions that came out of the convention. I don't know which convention number this is, but the convention in Curacao for 2023. Resolutions, there were 3 of them: a census for the race. We talked about the United Nations and the UNIA Constitution, how to make the census a reality. But that's a process we'll discuss with the leadership, with the HEC and the parent body. Travel agency by the UNIA, and how Brother James mentioned how the Motor Corp will be affected, how the Motor Corp will interact with the travel agency, if that'll be a part of the travel agency or if that would be a separate specific military entity. And international headquarters fundraiser. So we as Division 421, we have not done much, honestly, to contribute to our international headquarters. That's something that I'll we can discuss as an executive body. I'm not sure what the full thought process on that is, other than what we've talked about, saying we need a local headquarters first, I guess. But we do still want to be contributors to our UNIA, to our international headquarters. They've raised, close to 100,000, I'd say. And as a division, we've only put forth probably about 500, less than $1,000. So we want to be active parts of the UNIA. We want to be major contributors of the UNIA. We want to be a significant part of the UNIA as a whole. It comes with, that's where you really put your money where your mouth is. When we say, this is something that we want an endeavor that we want to pursue as a collective government, who can put up what to support it. We as a local division, we kind of get small in those moments, which is something that I want to change in the future. But international headquarters is still a focus. We have meetings every other Saturday, and we discuss it. They're making progress. I've asked the leadership for some pictures. They show some pictures and some videos of some of the work being done. I've asked for them to share that with me so that I can share that with the membership. So, maybe next meeting I'll have some visuals for the progress at the international headquarters in Philadelphia. And then we closed out that meeting with focus on HEC in Philadelphia in April of next year. That's 2024. And then convention in New York of next year. Brother Macias is not here. He is helping us. That's our first vice president. I asked him to take the lead on at least Philadelphia, that being his second home. I'm asking him to help us coordinate a delegation, a van, and a place to stay so that we can have some representation at HEC in Philadelphia. Next year is an election year. It's a big year. We expect a lot of people to be in New York convention, but we don't want to miss out on April HEC. That is the first checkpoint for resolutions that go to convention. So if we want to have any significant progress at convention, we have to first be successful at HEC. Any question on HEC and convention next year?
Now, I don't have no real comments, but I do want to make it a thing that the lady president and the lady president are there for sure next year. So
I understand. I did speak with Brother Amacius. Well, obviously he was at Collard Green Festival. I was with him. He had some obstacles to overcome this past month. That's why he has been absent, but he did give me an update. I did expect him to be here today. But at the end of the day,
right. So with that, I just want to make sure I understand, but I just want to make sure that the president and lady president will be there regardless of anything else. Is make it, that we're there.
understand. I'd like to. I want to make that a reality as well. It's just a lot going on, and I gotta. It's hard to focus on one particular thing, especially something all the way out next year when we've got things going on this year. That's why I've asked others to step up and take leadership, but they need to be present as well. But I understand, Lady President. Anybody else?
Yes, President John, I also plan on attending the HEC there in
Beautiful.
Philadelphia in April. And previously, has there been any talk about renting a van or something?
Just briefly, like we set some ideas, not necessarily plans, but just threw some ideas out there. But I was asking Brother Amacius to take lead on this, document it, and really investigate expenses and things like that. So without him being here to speak on it, I don't really have much. If he's not going to be available, then we need to reassign that responsibility fairly quickly. But as of right now, he still has that responsibility and he still holds that office. So like I said, it's been ideas thrown around, but nothing investigated seriously. Sister Belinda, I saw you had a hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to say I wanted to thank Brother Ross. I always have a problem, Brother Ross Marlin.
Marvin?
Yeah,
Yes.
Marvin, for reaching out to me. And, I can really relate to the concern about members, membership. Because had he not reached out to me, I probably wouldn't be on this call. I think he was concerned reaching out to me in regards to my birthday, but it really meant a lot to hear from him at the time, because I really, my heart, my soul, and my mind and spirit really wants to be a part of this phenomenal group. And I think we do have some what I want to say, some challenges with being able to keep membership on board or informed well enough so that we can be able to attend the meeting. So I want to renew my membership. I just got the links to be able to do that and update my information and everything. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks again to Brother Marvin. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Belinda, and President Ross Marvin. I don't know if you're there, but thank you as well. Ross Marvin, you there? Okay. I hate this technology because it's just his name is there. I know he's there, but he's just not all the way there. He did call me earlier this week and let me know that he had picked up the reaching out to members for their birthdays. It was something that he had been doing for the past, well, not, he probably hasn't done it for the past couple of years, but prior to that, he was doing it for a few years, at least 2 years. When he stepped down as president, that was a responsibility that rolled over to me, and I did not do a good job of maintaining that. Although it's not a president responsibility at the end of the day, but I still take responsibility. But thank you, President Ross, for continuing that. And we see, you can't argue with the results. We see the value of doing that. So that's something that we have to continue. Sister Belinda, how did you know about today's meeting? Did you get a text or an email?
Yes, I received, I called, actually I made note, today's meeting is in the conversation with Brother Ross. He told me that you guys were going to be meeting today. I'm in Louisiana, so we kind of like an hour difference on Central Time versus Eastern, but he did send me a text message for the link for the Zoom.
He sent you that, okay. All right.
So you want me to put my email in the chat, or are you text it?
Yes, and I can add you to our email list. Because I just want to make sure we send out a text. I send out a text from our text group, but if your number has changed, you won't get the text. Or if I have an email that's old, obviously you won't get the email. So having the records updated, as Sister Aziza was saying, is critical. Let's see, where do I go?
Absolutely, I'll put that in there now.
Okay, and I'll follow up on that in a moment. Anyone else? Anything on our meeting minutes from September 10th? Okay. Brother Art, you got September 24th?
Yeah. Okay. 5:10, we did the roll call, or call to order. 5:15, we did the roll call. There were 18 members at the start, and by the end of the day, there were 27 members on board. The topic of the day was traders.
Yep.
And President John read a speech that Garvey gave on traders. It was out of the Philosophies and Opinions of Garvey on page 29, volume 1. 5:25, Diane spoke about Africa and current events and youth growing awareness and forced labor. John acknowledges Diane's comments, and Dr. Roots elaborated on sellouts and the USA's promise to African lands and its promises to Mugabe, Gaddafi, and the wars it supports. And it calls for a need to support Africa and its liberation. Dr. Shams talked about the BRICS, the new, European UN, and the people awakening, and progress comes with the awareness.
Mm-hmm.
That was about the overthrowing of France in several countries in Africa. And the BRICS are how the BRICS organization is affecting the United States dollar, because a lot of them have stopped using the dollar as their currency. They're using the Chinese, whatever you call it, yen or whatever. And that's something we need to be concerned about. Africa's liberation from France and how we need to follow Africa's anti-colonial stance. President John spoke on that. Diane calls to colonization, support the terrorists who victimize Africa and the UN. Well, the UN, they don't supply the resources to Africa that it needs to fight off some of these terrorists. John reads a summary of the Sundance Civil War and how they robbed and pillaged the people during that time.
The Sudan Civil War.
The Sudan War?
Sudan Civil War, yeah.
The Sudanese, yeah, okay. Okay. Diane talks about France's removal. John talks about the Black people who are traitors to the race and that cops who killed Brother Tyree Nichols. And that was interesting that that was brought up. I'm deviating a little bit because some other brothers just killed another brother. And I forget what city it was in, but I saw it on the news earlier this week.
Recently, another one?
Yeah.
Wow.
I forget, I have to look it up, but these people, some of them are crazy, man, these cops. Imhotep talks about how the Arabs are trying to overtake the Sudanese Africans.
Yep.
And that's true. It's a lot going on over in, call that Nubia.
Libya or Sudan?
In Sudan.
Yeah, Sudan.
So
and
that whole region
Darfur was brought up as well.
Yeah. And Dr. Ruth says everything in Africa is controlled by the United States, and that all wars use the media. The media uses all wars to fool the people. The CIA and other organizations use propaganda to keep the people uninformed. Raw Ebony spoke about Mansa Musa and read an article on racism and the history of Sudan and the Arab infiltration and how Black of darker skin is viewed as less than or from slavery, and lighter skinned Africans are closer to white, so they are better. And that pits us against each other. Dr. Ruth spoke on that too. Okay, at 6:20, President John read the preamble. Excerpts of Garvey from the Philosophy and Opinions and how we control our destinies. Diane comments about Johnny Holman, Sr., murdered, I guess that was in Atlanta, right?
Yep.
And how that unfolded, and asked to sign a petition for Mr. Holman. Cornelius said it was easier to find a petition on the Color of Change site and to share it with everybody. Roy Ebony talks about slavery and trading humans and its effect on all African people. Diane asks about sellouts and colonization. Then we switch topics. Shaka Parak, John mentioned Shaka Parak in the Chicago Officers Training and Course, and a letter was sent to their division on training to the message of the people, the white book, the blueprint. John is reading from the message to the people, reading the preface of the course. Officers give ideas and experience of the course. Ross Marvin speaks first, Roy Ebony on the resources and course info, and encouragement to attend the orientation course. Brother Clyde asked about the date of the course and assures that there will be members from Division 429 will join. Secretary General Brenda Clyde gave us an update from 401 and 429 divisions and talked about books where info is found. Course potential. The President General does not want our course open to other divisions. And that was a kind of big discussion because they want to do a centralized course. And I guess that's where we hit it. Bobby James about the festival and needs more support. President John talks about the importance of the course and that we should take it seriously and everybody should study it and do some reading. Diane asked for the book. Roy Ebony posted a link in chat for the book, and John asked Diane to aid in finding more books. And we go to member share, and Jocelyn, a new member, asked about the orientation and course and planning for Kamala Harris' visit to Morehouse and how she was having a meeting after to rally voters, to get voters. We had a new member from Jamaica who joined. Her name is Candace or something like that. Dr. Shams talked about events in US and Africa and unity for the people. The UN is no help for our people and promotes his website. Dr. Roos will share info with the division on much of the info he has. Member Freemy talks about his work in the street and seeks knowledge. Brother Imhotep, encouragement for new members and classes. And wants everybody to participate because it's very beneficial to all members. And the meeting closes with the preamble being read by Baba James, and Baba James also says the motto. And that was it.
Thank you, Brother Art. Yeah, let me see what I got in addition to what I think you pretty much got everything. Trader, UN, message to the people, AUC rally was the main things that I pulled out. Not a lot of to-do items in the 24th meeting. We did go out to, I went out to Morehouse. They were having a rally for the families of victims of police violence. So the father, Jimmy Atchison, it was a young man's mother. I can't remember his name. She was out there, and obviously the family of Johnny Holloman were out there as well. Attorney Mawuli Davis, supporting a lot of the families, was out there, but they were basically promoting for these petitions and promoting to keep their families' names alive in a positive way. A couple things. There's on the 15th of October, there's supposed to be a rally. I don't know where it is, but on the 15th, there's supposed to be a rally. So keep your ears open, your eyes open, and be prepared to respond. But it's supposed to be another rally for the families. So not a lot of to-do items coming out of this meeting. For me, the big focus is orientation and officers training. We are in the process of going through our officers training every Tuesday. Officers should be aware. It's a requirement for our local office. And orientation is also a requirement for officers as well as serious members. So if I got your email and you are in our email list every Saturday at 8 p.m., please be on the lookout for the parent body orientation. Any questions, comments on our notes from the 24th? Thank you, Brother Art. Excellent job. If you could, well, you may not even need to type it up, but if you would like to, you can continue to type it up. Officers, I guess it's time for officer reports. Are there any updates from our officers that need to be shared with our membership? I don't have much. Like I said, I just gave my update. My update is officers training and orientation, as well as Lady President. I'll let you speak on the fundraiser. So that's all I got. Lady President, what do you want to share? Update, officer update.
Okay. Yeah. Greetings, family. Like we mentioned before, we are conducting a fundraiser on the 17th of October, which is no more than a week, 2 weeks away.
A week and a half.
What's that, President? I'm sorry, President. Say that again.
Yeah, you're right. 2 weeks, about 2 weeks. No, it's about a week and a half. I think that's what, 9 days away.
Yeah.
Yes, week and a half. Less than a week and a half. Right around the corner.
So we are still needing the entertainment. I talked to, like I said, I talked to Brother Ken Wardo. They are actually having an event a day before, and their event is like a spoken word. I haven't talked to the performers at the moment. So like I said, we're still taking up, we're still taking registration for the performers and the vendors at this moment. And the last date for that will be I want to say the 15th. The 15th is what I have on the registration form. So make sure that, you people know everybody knows that, you know, we have this fundraiser going on. I also want to mention Ancestors Day on the 31st, which is Tuesday. Those flyers and those registration forms will be out the weekend of the 15th. So as we're closing out, vendor forms for the fundraiser, we will be opening another one up for the Ancestors Day. So that information will be going out on the 15th, the day that this closes. What else I want to touch on for the month of October? I think that's pretty much it. And I do want to mention that each Tuesday going forward that we will be active at the Amanala Grill will be fundraiser days as well. This will not be the only time we will be taking donations for our youth program started in January. We will also be taking funds every Tuesday that we are active at the Amanala Grill. So I do want to put that out there. I will be presenting the rest of the year in time. I just don't want to overwhelm the membership, the executive body and the membership, you know, with everything, trying to remember everything, thinking you have to touch everything at one time. I just don't want to overwhelm you all like that. So I just want, you know, give everybody the confidence that it is taken care of and everything is really closed out for the rest of the year. What's happening now is just the, you know, informing you and presenting it and just, you know, letting you all know the format of the event, like the timing, the itineraries rather, if I should say. That's it. We're looking forward to seeing you all there. Please tell your family, tell your friends, tell prospective members that's been wanting to join, and you know, they just wanted to see what the organization, you know, what the membership is about. Just, you know, please invite them out Tuesday, October 17th. It's going to be a great time. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been talking to people and I've been spreading the word about this, and I've been getting nothing but positive, high vibrations about this. So I'm so looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the rest of the year. Personally, what else I want to touch on? Why is my turn to speak? I think that's all. I'm gonna leave y'all with that right there, race first, and everything else. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out to me, President John, and we'll go from there. That's all I got. Race first, y'all.
Thank you, Lady President. Any questions for our Lady President? No, how do I keep having to update this? So yeah, I agree with Lady President 100%. We're you know, putting our money where our mouth is. These are things that we've talked about over the years consistently, having events, having opportunities where we can come together. So Lady President has taken that seriously. She's owned that responsibility. And she has developed some programs for us to come together and engage with the community, interact with the community, and, you know, for the main purpose of helping to grow the division. So first opportunity will be next week, actually, fundraiser at the Omanala Griot from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. We're asking everybody to come out, officers, members, opportunity to meet your officers as well as your other members, but also opportunity to contribute to the vision. And officers, you know, we have to do that job of giving the vision to our membership, to our people in our area, our constituents. If we're asking for funds, we need to be showing them what our intentions for the funds are. So we've talked about African Legion, you know, getting uniforms, finding a space, you know, to do training, to do conditioning, youth programs, after school programs, you know, books, math books, science books, literature books for after school tutoring programs, Black Cross nurses. We've talked about, you know, even getting life-size dummies, I guess is the best word, to practice on CPR, compression, cuffs, blood pressure sleeves, all those type of things. All of these things cost money, but we have to be able to put the vision together, organize the vision, and present that vision to our community as we're asking for funds. So this is very important, very critical. We've talked about Liberty Hall and the concept of Liberty Hall and the history and legacy of Garvey. But the Liberty Hall is the capital of a UNIA division. That's the central hub as to where the progress is made and progress is done. So we're trying to ease our way into a official 24/7, 365 Liberty Hall. So we're looking at what can we do on a Tuesday, 12 hours a day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. To have consistent programs that are beneficial to the community and that the community is willing to support financially. So the fundraiser is the kickoff for our Tuesday events, and we look forward to everybody supporting that. And I got to post that on our social media as soon as possible and start sharing that flyer tonight. Any questions, comments on our fundraiser or our plans for October, the rest of October? Okay.
If I could mention one more
Yes, go
thing.
ahead.
I will also, and this is very important, I will be curating the registration forms for the instructors. And because it's so many programs that need to be tapped into, it will be something that will be sent out like reoccurrently. Like I'll be sending these posts out to keep like reminders to let people who are interested to be an instructor or a volunteer, that what positions that we have available. I'll give you an update when I'll send those registration forms out for the instructors and the volunteers. But that is very imperative that the people know that we need their help. We need their expertise. We need them to take this training of our young children seriously. This is like what we're raising money for. We're raising this money for January so that we can, be able to assess our children in these trainings that we're offering. Also, to piggyback off what President was saying, as far as like as dealing with the Red Cross, Black Cross nurses. A lot of those things. Another thing that I'm working on too. I got a lot of stuff but it's all underway. Like none of this stuff is just me talking. None of this stuff is just in my mind. It's all written down and it's all like typed up. It's just about getting to those circles and getting to those people to make those connections, to make that networking so that we can get the supplies and even, getting this supported by the city of Atlanta, the city of South Fulton, these different organizations who already do these things that we're trying to offer to come and, support us and, volunteer their expertise so that, they can push out with their agenda, wide as well. So like President John had mentioned the other day in the business meeting Thursday, I'm into investments. I'm looking for a return. So like I said, a lot of paperwork is being drawn up right now as we speak. It's just like I said, it's too extensive to just speak it at one time, but just know that we do have paperwork that is written up for different organizations to come and volunteer their time, volunteer their resources so that they can expand, their programs through our program. So I just don't want everybody to get caught up on the monetary tip because everybody has something that everybody can benefit off of. That some other organizations just need the platform and the people when they already have the resources. So that's what, your lady president is working on. That's my main focus, is to get people let people know that this is what we have going on and this is the space where what we have available for, their programs to come in share their resources and their time and their passions with our society. So I just wanted to mention that as well. So race first, y'all.
Race first. Any questions, comments for our lady president?
Yes, President John.
Go ahead, President Ross.
We should all badge it up for our Lady President, Sister Ra Ebony. Thank you so much, Sister Ra Ebony, because that's what President John knows about it from since I used to be the president. We always wanted officers to report on the works that's being done in their office.
Yes, sir.
And Lady President, you have your plate full. Let's badge it up for our Lady President. She on the case.
Yes, sir.
And I have a little short report, not as long as Lady President. And President John knows this is true, that we can't wait to see the day where every officer give a 3 to 5 minute report on the works in their office.
Yes, sir.
So I got to step up and share a couple things. What I've been doing in the treasurer's office, greetings family, greetings everyone. So what I've been doing in the treasurer's office, I've gone through the emails from current all the way to January 2020. And I sorted all the emails, all the due payments into the due payments folder. So we have a folder that contains all the members' due payments. I sorted all the new members into the new members folder. And we have probably about 25 to 50 different folders in the division inside the email, which I sorted all the email into those specific folders. And what I started doing 2 days ago, something that I haven't done in 2 years, is the birthday greetings. And the purpose of the birthday greetings is to reconnect the current members back to the division. Because what we do with the birthday greetings, we call the members for their birthday, wishing them happy birthday. And also by calling them, what we're doing is we're finding out if their phone number is working or not. And that's so important, because when we send out the text messages, we don't want to send out the text messages to a wrong number or to somebody who's not Black. Okay, so therefore, every day, whoever remembers their birthday for today or yesterday or whenever we're doing it, we'll always update the membership database and the birthday database. If their phone number is good, we put a V next to it, verified. If their phone number is not good, we delete the phone number and we put the date in which we deleted the phone number. Also, we send them a text message and an email message wishing them happy birthday, because over the years, since 2009, when we formed the division, brothers and sisters, their phone numbers change, but they don't let us know. So some members don't have phone numbers, but they have good emails. So we send the birthday greetings to their email. I sent Sister D, I know Sister Diane, she on call? No, I don't see her.
Oh.
But anyway, I didn't send Sister Diane, President John, I didn't send her the birthday template that we sent to the members, because I was waiting for your input first. So once we have your input on the birthday greetings, as far as what's the content in the email and the text message going to the members, I'll add that. So President John also shared with me our membership financial spreadsheet, the financial database. So I'll be going over that as a treasurer and updating it so that President John hands can be free of it. So when I give it to him, he knows that all the members who paid dues this month, last month, or this whole year has been entered into our financial spreadsheet. But I ain't going all the way to doing the financial report, no, President John. So don't get too happy. But I definitely will keep the financial spreadsheet up to date. Whenever members pay their dues, I'll definitely keep all of that up to date as a treasurer. And that's what's been happening in my office, the works I've been doing. I do the works most of it in the evening when I come home from work. I spend at least 2 or 3 hours doing organization work. And this is Ras Marvin. Which officers are going to report at our next mass meeting? Hopefully all the officers. And that's all I have to share for right now. What's happening in our treasurer's office. Race first.
Absolutely. Any questions for our treasurer, President Ras Marvin? And I got some comments, but anybody have any questions for our treasurer's report?
I have a question. I need to know how much my dues are so I can pay them.
Okay, no, President John, you should know that Sister Belinda, she's a CBPM member. Belinda, did you fill out the application for the UNIA?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you're, hold on, let me check and see what member number you are. I don't know if President John, you might have that off the top of your head. Okay. so
Okay, did you want me to do that recently? I done that about 2 years ago.
For the UNIA, okay,
Yes.
all right, because I know that you're a CBPM member, but I wasn't aware that you was a UNIA member. I'm just looking it up real quick.
Okay,
But the dues are
okay.
$46 for the year.
Okay, great.
Okay, I don't see you in the UNIA database. I'm looking now.
Okay, so maybe I have it mixed up. So I want to be both.
Okay, that's what we want to hear.
Okay.
Race first.
Yes. So, okay. So what I'll do then, since President John, I have Sister Belinda's contact information. I'll send her do we have a link online for the membership database, or you prefer send her the hard copy?
Send her a copy of the membership database.
No, I mean, do we have a link online at the website for the membership application? I meant, not the membership database.
Yeah, let me see.
Don't you use that online link, or you only use the hard application?
I prefer hard copy.
Okay. Sister Belinda, if you can put your email in the chat, and President John, you since you have everything right there with you, when you get a chance, you think you'll be able to send her application?
Yes, she put her information in the chat, so I'll do that. What? Yeah, because
I just sent you an email too, John. I just sent you an email, so from my personal email.
Okay. All right, so I got some homework to do.
Right. So for the dues, the question that you asked, Sister Belinda, for the first year, the UNIA dues are $56, and every year after that, it's $46.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah, we still have the join 421, but I prefer hard copy, or
Okay. Okay.
to send her one, she send it back to me.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, sound good. And the other thing, Sister Belinda, you can get your Black Government ID, and that's $20 for the first time and $10 for renewal.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's separate from the dues, so you know.
Okay, I'll include that.
Okay.
All
If you
right.
can include that, send a picture, a headshot of yourself, so that way we can put it onto your Black Government ID.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yeah, a lot going on, a lot of good progress. President Ross, me, you, Sister Aziza, and Sister Diane need to have a meeting, and probably Lady President as well, if she'd like. We need to have a meeting as soon as possible to discuss the plans for our membership department, how to sending a thank you letter to our new members, and a message to our current members to keep our current members engaged, the process for the birthday greetings. We need to discuss all of that and lay out the responsibilities for each individual.
Okay, so I'm good. I'm ready whenever you're ready.
Sister Aziza, is Attorney Wotep, Sister Aziza still here? She close by. James,
Yes, I'm here.
So we need to have a meeting to discuss our membership process. Me, you, Bob James, Lady President, Ross Marvin, and Sister Diane, as soon as possible. When would you be available? Can you make yourself available?
I'm open.
Okay. Today is the 8th. Oh my goodness. I told my wife I would start having some time on Saturdays. Oh my gosh, and we got it right there. Membership application training we had kind of set it for the 14th. Can we Can we do that on the 15th next week, next Sunday?
Yes.
Ross Marvin?
I'm thinking the 15th, something's happening. I'm trying to remember what it is. But yeah, what time?
I'd want to get started early afternoon, but at least by 1 o'clock. Try to be done by 3 or 4.
Okay.
At that time.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you
1 o'clock?
think? We need to have this discussion offline.
No, everything good. 1 o'clock is good for me.
1 o'clock, 15th.
Yeah.
We said 3.
No, I want to be done by 3. Attorney Matep.
Okay, so you're gonna start at 1.
Yeah, we'll probably start at 1. Ross Marvin, you think we could do this on Zoom?
Yeah, that would be best.
All right. I'm making it work, but that's what this is about. That's how you make progress. Make a note really quick, and then we will continue, or we can continue now. Not attorney. First Vice President, Brother Macias. Greetings. Macias, you there?
Yes. Greetings, family.
Greetings. Anything you'd like to share with the family? Good to hear you after a couple of weeks, but anything you want to share?
Yes, definitely good to be here. Definitely have been working on a lot of things, though, for us, of course, growing ourselves on the business and economic side. I've been working with the Minister of Labor and Industries and discussing ways to be able to solidify ourselves as a government in our economics. And we both agreed that one of the first steps for us as a people to grow is through financial literacy. So they did financial literacy camp in Chicago, and he's sharing that curriculum with us so that we could possibly do the same thing. I totally agree that as a people, the first thing for us to position ourselves for the quality of life that we deserve is by coming out of the mindset that this psyop that we've been under for so long to really worship the dollars. But we understanding financial literacy and what it means to create assets and also be an asset is so important. And we're definitely discussing the layout of it. He's going to send me the curriculum that they did, and we're going to flesh out a curriculum, thinking about calling it a financial fitness camp, so we can get ourselves financially fit, mentally, and also in a position as well. So that's one of the main things that I'm waiting on to get that curriculum, and then we're going to evolve it into modern day and try to make sure that's something that we want to do. And we're going to present that to the body, of course, to be able to add what we can add. But we're looking to do a joint event from marketing, cross marketing to Chicago and ourselves doing the event and kind of marketing as a thing that people can go through at one time, either a choice to go to one of them. So marketing together, they're going to do it at the same time as us. So just to get as a start, for us to start on providing resources to our community, which is so important. And we first have to be able to provide resources for ourselves so that we can provide resources to our community. And shifting that mindset to that is so important. So that's one of the major things we're working on. Of course, we still have the banking committee that is underway as well. We're looking to start if you haven't heard, we are looking to start a bank within the UNIA. Of course, there are other black banks out there, but at HCC they made it clear that they wanted to have a bank that we could control ourselves. So we are working on that. One of the things that we suggested was for us to go to a training that they offer on credit unions, and I kind of got volunteered to be the one to go to the training out of the people on the committee, so that to be kind of aware of the rules and regulations that are in place already within trying to open up a credit union, and so we can be proficient in. So that's that, and of course, they also have approved for each division to have a travel agency, and still we haven't really gotten into discussion about that at all. But I'm looking forward to figuring out what structure they have in place that they're thinking about, and then bringing that back to the division so that we can set that up as well and be able to have revenue streams to be able to support our communities. And our new members. So that's some of the things that we're working on in the business department. Of course, one of the things that also from feedback from the members is, of course, the Black government IDs. One of the things that been thinking about is really kind of strengthening the IDs, possibly, and that's a long process, but that wanted to kind of talk to the executive body about, but definitely the first step is really, hearing from the body. We have to really focus on that push, and that's one of the other things I'm focusing on is help planning out ways to market that and stronger so that we can be able to use that as also a revenue stream as well, and also a tool to be able to attract new members. So that's one of the also additional things that we're working on right now to be able to strengthen us economically so that we can provide resources to our people. Raise first.
Race first. A couple things. Just
President John,
for the Black government IDs, I'm gonna add Ross Marvin and Papa James.
let's badge it up for our first vice president and our business coordinator for sharing our reports. We want all officers to share report. Anybody who share report, we gotta badge it up. So big up yourself, Omasis. Thanks for that report, and it's good to know that the business office will be promoting the Black government ID. That's all I want to say. Thanks, President John.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, President Ross. Excellent report, First Vice President. Yeah, and as President Ross said, he ended off talking about the Black government IDs. I want to make sure our creators of the Black government ID, President Ross Marvin and Baba James, are involved in that discussion. Baba James over the years has presented several ideas to promote the Black government ID and uses for the Black government ID, and President Ross Marvin has been, producing them for years. So I definitely want to make sure we got both of those brothers in on that discussion. Anybody?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. It was Baba James admonishment that brought this to my focus. So I want to, let him know that I heard him when he mentioned that, and that is the focus.
Any questions, comments on First Vice President report? No questions, comments.
Race first, family.
Thank you, brother. Omasius, First Vice President. All right, we'll keep it moving. It's a little after 7. I want to get through officer reports, and we'll open it up for member share. Is Baba? I thought Baba James. Oh, Baba James, greetings. You want to share anything with the officers, with the family from your office? African Legion. Baba James, you there? I want to walk off when I'm about to call on him. Brother Art, anything that you want to share from a secretary standpoint?
No, not at this time.
The president's call for Wednesdays, I believe, got pushed back from first Wednesday to this Wednesday. Were you able to attend the September secretary call?
No, I wasn't. I didn't get any info on it. I went in there looking at 7 o'clock and nobody was there. So,
Okay. Okay. Well, be on standby. I don't know how they're gonna move things around because they pushed the president's call back to the week where they usually have secretary's call. So I don't know if they're going to push secretary call back or try to do both calls in one night. They've done that in the past.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out. I'm sure Secretary Brenda let everybody know.
Okay. Council General Attorney Emotep, you have anything that you like to report?
No, President John, other than what was previously stated about the constitutional orientation reading. Race first.
Race first.
I have a question, Council General.
Council,
Yes.
you got a question?
Greetings, Council General.
Greetings, African
Yes.
Secretary.
Treasurer.
Treasurer, yeah.
So,
Treasurer, please forgive me.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. I wanted to ask you, because I think within the last year or two, the parent body said that the presidents of the divisions are not part of the HEC no more. Therefore, the presidents don't meet with the HEC.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to ask you, Attorney Imhotep, what's the latest from the HEC? Because you're the only ears and voice that we have in there now. Was there anything lately that they've been talking about?
Okay. You're referencing the presidents or anything in general?
The presidents ain't part of it because they took the presidents off the HEC.
Yes.
So I was wondering, what is the parent body talking about, just in a nutshell? What's on their agenda right now, since we ain't got no ears or voice within their meeting?
Well, unfortunately,
you're the only ear or voice that we have from the division that meets with the parent body.
yes. And as you know, they just arrived back in the States, and we've had our first HEC meeting since the national
Convention?
No, the Universal Convention.
Convention, yeah.
Yes, in Carousel.
Okay.
And yes, pardon me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Yes, and so that was, very exciting. They had a very good convention there. The hosts were very receptive and happy for us to be there, and what all the planning that was made for the future. So again, it was unfortunate that no one from our division was able to be there. But those are some of the highlights, as you can say, what they're still trying to, the HEC, leadership is trying to go forward with now. Some of the things that happened there. So there are some other important thoughts and initiatives that the divisional or each officer thought of and have plans to proceed into for the coming year. So it's very exciting. Okay, it was inspiring, and that was good. Just to be general here, and what was discussed, but to let the membership know that there's a bright future here, and the leadership is looking after the best interests of the race, and that's good and exciting, and we can appreciate all the support that's given, and it is increasing daily, and so we have a lot to look forward to. Thank you. Race first.
Thank you. You said they just came back from Carousel or from Africa?
Carousel, where the convention site was, and I think
they stayed there from since August. They've been there.
Correct. Over a week there. The convention days there, and I'm thinking that's off the coast of
South America, I think, or Central America.
Yes, Venezuela or Colombia.
South America.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Imhotep.
Any other questions for Council General? Okay. No questions for Council General. I was going to read per the Constitution what exactly. Well, I might as well since I'm already in here.
Why was the president removed from the HEC? Man, was too many naysays, yes, no's, too much confusion.
Well, President Ross, you want to answer that on your thoughts before I go to the Constitution?
Okay, why the president was removed from the HEC from meeting with the President General? When this happened, I was against it. Was I still president at that time, John? President
Yes.
John?
Yeah, this is before my time.
Okay, so I was against it, but what happened is that the divisions didn't have no say in it happening, whether yay or nay. The division presidents never had no say. But what it was is this current administration for the UNIA is different from the previous administration, how they run the government. The previous administration wanted the presidents to be at the meeting. This administration, I don't remember them giving a reason why. They just felt that this is what they had to do. Do you remember the reason why, President John?
No, I don't. No, but I would have to say, based on what I understand in the Constitution, an administration allowing the parent body to participate with the HEC would be grace from that leadership. Per the Constitution, the HEC and the parent body are separate bodies, and per the Constitution, the current administration can say that they're following the Constitution.
Okay,
So
the presidents are part of the parent body, but there's no parent body meeting, is there?
there's a president's call.
President's call, but that's not the same as parent body. So is the HEC part of the parent body?
That's a good question. so I remember, and this, you're bringing back some memories. President Marua out of Chicago during sometime in the past couple of years, he made a resolution such that the roles, responsibilities, and those that qualify for the position of parent body were supposed to be spelled out in the Constitution. And the powers of the parent body were supposed to be spelled out in the Constitution. I don't know what happened with that resolution, if it went through or if it's been approved, but as of right now, my understanding of the Constitution is, or my understanding of the parent body is what you told me. Parent body consists of the, hold on, now I forgot. I know it's the presidents
Presidents of the divisions.
but I don't know if it includes the HEC as well.
Right, that's what I was wondering. Okay, give thanks.
No problem. So I'll take this moment to do a little bit of Constitution education. Per the Constitution, presidents are responsible to go over the Constitution once every 3 months. It doesn't say how much of the Constitution, so that's why I try to at least read the preamble or something in the Constitution, and I'll read the preamble before we leave today. But per the old Constitution prior to 2005, the High Executive Council read as follows: the rulers of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League shall be a potentate and supreme commissioner, a supreme deputy, president general, second assistant president general, who shall also be the titular leader of the American Negroes, third assistant president general, who shall also be the titular leader, president general, second assistant president general, third assistant president general, who shall be the titular leader of West Indies, South and Central America, fourth assistant president general, secretary general, a first assistant secretary general, and a high chancellor, a counsel general, and assistant counsel general, auditor general, minister of labor and industries, high commissioner general, chaplain general, international organizer, a minister of legions, and a minister of education, all to whom shall form the High Executive Council. So those individuals specifically represented the High Executive Council from the inception of the Constitution, representing branches throughout the world, and be it resolved that everything in the Constitution contrary to or in conflict with the above section be and is hereby repealed and declared null and void. Counsel General, I want you to keep that in mind because I do have some questions about that. That's a very powerful statement at the bottom. Be it resolved that everything in the Constitution contrary to or in conflict with the above is hereby repealed and declared null and void. We'll talk about that offline, but that's something that I've been thinking about. As of 2005, the Constitution was amended and the HEC, High Executive Council, was amended to include the following: the officials of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League shall be president general, first assistant president general, and second assistant president general, third and fourth assistant president generals, a secretary general, first and second assistant secretary general, high chancellor, high counsel or counsel general, auditor general, chaplain general, international organizer, minister of education, and other ministers and offices as may be deemed necessary, all of whom shall form the High Executive Council, representing divisions throughout the world. So in this, they added a first assistant vice president, or first assistant president general wasn't included originally. They took out the minister of legion, and they took out the potentate and the supreme deputy. Supreme commissioner, supreme deputy, and potentate were taken out. Minister of legion was taken out, and so minister of education stayed. But per the Constitution, these are the official offices of the HEC. When I look up parent body, it's a little more vague. There's no official definition of the parent body. Term of offices, president general, and all of officers of the parent body shall be, that's the term of the parent body, but it's not stating who is the parent body. Yeah. So I think that was an issue that was brought up as to clear definition of what the parent body is. I'm not sure what the progress of that is. Body level. So I think that's something that we need to bring up at president's call at the very least. And if it's not, we don't get a satisfying answer at president's call, we need to have a resolution prepared for HEC to have the parent body clearly spelled out and defined, and roles and responsibilities defined as well. Questions, comments?
So the answer was, y'all didn't know why.
We didn't know why the parent body was removed from the HEC, not officially, but what I said is basically Senghor Baye's administration to include presidents or the parent body as part of the HEC was grace on the part of Senghor Baye's administration. In the Constitution, it doesn't say that presidents or parent body are included in the HEC.
So just for clarification, right now, the parent body is the presidents and the commissioners and any ministers that are not included in that other list.
That's not for sure. Are you asking or making a statement?
That how it's operating. Where right now, kind of president and commissioners on the president's call together. And also
I would say the president's call is functioning as the parent body.
Right.
But as far as the power or authority of that body, I don't know, I feel like everything kind of goes through HEC. Nothing goes through the parent body. There's no approval that the parent body renders. There's nothing that goes to the parent body for approval. Everything goes to and through the HEC. So the parent body's, it's kind of symbolic at this point.
So if I could just want to go back and before we leave this subject and just mention as presidents of this division and how things are operating, just to be inside of order, that it is important that us as presidents and leaders of this division, that we are there at these HEC meetings, at these HEC calls as much as we possibly can, so that we can, give the voice of our divisions and our concerns, because when we don't, we have, situations where we're left in the blind. So back to what I was saying earlier, I know that people have different ideas and how we are to get to HEC, our stay, and all of that good stuff. But I feel like as president, as Lady President, President John, as the president, I feel like, it's just imperative that we get there. I don't mean to say this, but we can't depend on say this in proper wording. It's just important that we as presidents, President John, Ms. Lady President, Sister Ebony, we are there to speak on behalf of our division and make sure that our concerns and our questions are answered and heard. So that's just want to make that race first, y'all.
Race first. Understand, Lady President. But the issue is, in addition to presence, the issue is process. And we want to make sure the process is clear and defined and fair for future generations. We don't want to make it a process that has to be manipulated at every step of the way. It should be a process that makes sense. It's fair, and it allows for legitimate divisions to participate and have a significant voice. And I say the word significant because the way that the organization and government is set up right now through one man, one vote, if you and I show up as president and lady president of a division, and we're in Philadelphia, for example, and this is just hypothetical, but Philadelphia has 50 members that have no office at all, hold no position of leadership, but they're active dues paying members, their opinion would outweigh our opinion, based on the one man, one vote situation. So I understand your passion and the importance of being there, but the process should be fair for future generations as well. That's my concern.
I just want.
But excuse me, wait a minute, 1 second. But I just want to mention this, and but I don't live in fear. Race first.
I never said fear, but I got you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add too, as far as the process and to that. Right now on the president's call, how is the process kind of working? Is the presidents come and kind of report on what they're doing at the president's call? That's kind of the main focus of it. And sometimes we get presenters, right, President John? Like sometimes President Raymond will come on and talk, and other people. But that's the process right now. And I guess right now you're asking like some of the different decisions.
Yes.
That would kind of be the part where we are looking for a process on how decisions are made. Can that be an added function where the presidents have some decision-making capacity, not just reporting?
Yes.
So that for everybody, that's kind of what we're talking about. For people who kind of like listening.
I'm speaking on terms of making changes or concerns about, I guess, individuals' divisions. If these decisions that are going to be made are just made by the president general, well, where do the presidents of the divisions come in to say, hey, we have a concern about that? Like, where do we come in and we make our comments or concerns? Do we have to wait until HEC to address something that they voted for that was out of our hands? Like, that's where I'm coming from with this. So if that is the case, then we should, like I said, as President John, myself, should be there and at least give our yeses or our no's and speak up for our division. I can't say what they do nationally, but I just know in the effects of UNIA 421. So
I understand. And yes, we will be there to express the concerns of our division. Any other questions, comments on Council General Report or upcoming HEC convention?
And also, these funds that we're raising, we will have a time where we'll be, giving a due process to raise money for HEC too. So like I said, I don't want to overwhelm y'all too much, but these funds that we're allocating, that we're fundraising for, is for the membership. You know what I mean? So it's all underway. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Atlanta Division 421@gmail.com. Unable to deliver. I'll send you a message, Sister Belinda, after the meeting. Okay. Anyone else have anything on those comments before we proceed? Okay. As we proceed, let me knock out the preamble so we can have it as official part of our meeting. Preamble of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. We are a social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society founded by persons desiring to the utmost to work for the general uplift of the Negro peoples of the world, and the members pledge themselves to do all in their power to conserve the rights of their noble race and to respect the rights of all mankind, believing always in the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. The motto of the organization is one God, one aim, and one destiny. Therefore, let justice be done to all mankind, realizing that if the strong oppresses the weak, confusion and discontent will ever mark the path of man, but with love, faith, and charity towards all, the reign of peace and plenty will be heralded into the world, and the generations of men shall be called blessed. All right, got that out the way. We will continue with I think that is everyone as far as Baba James, are you there? Baba James not there. All officers reported. Yeah, spit on myself. Any officers did not offer a report or have a chance to give a report?
Race First family, I am here. Just trying to get myself off mute. How could,
Baba James.
yes, sir. What can we do for you?
What can you do for us? It's your time to report.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you for all the UNI members who participated in the Collard Green Festival yesterday. We had a very good turnout. Special thanks to Sister Jocelyn who came out and participated hands-on with the actual festival of events. She was very helpful in making sure that it was entertaining, fun, and sociable for everyone. Race First.
Anything upcoming for the rest of the month of October that we need to be aware of?
As far as events are concerned,
Events and programs.
the Habashah program is next weekend. If I'm going to go ahead and reach out to Baba Kashan and see how we can help participate in that event, which will be in Mechanicsville, off of Windsor. I will give you the direct address as soon as I remember it and share it with the division this week. But if also anybody who wants to find out otherwise, search your social medias for Habashah and all of their advertisements will be there.
Okay. Yeah, let us know. Habashah, for those that don't know, organization acronym is Helping Africa by Establishing Schools at Home and Abroad. They do a lot of sustainability, self-reliance programs, agriculture programs as well. So very good, strong organization, resourceful organization here in Atlanta. We can learn a lot from them. Thank you, Baba James.
Okay, I did finally come up with the address. It's 477 Windsor Street, Southwest Atlanta, 30312. The event is Saturday, October 14th from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. Whether or not we can participate as a division and set up for recruitment purposes, I'll have to follow up with you and let you know by Tuesday.
Okay.
That's around the corner for me.
Yeah. Look like we're gonna have a business meeting on Thursday to follow up on progress.
I got a question. Who won the collard greens?
I remember them announcing the winner, but I don't know who they were. It was
Y'all didn't get a picture with them?
No.
They had a first, second place. There were first, second, and third place winners. Unfortunately, I was too engaged in logistics for the event to know who exactly won the Collard Green Festival this year. But if you follow the social media on Instagram, that information is to be posted there. That's the Collard Green Festival. Hashtag Collard Green Festival 2023.
Thank you, Baba James. Any other questions for Commander, Colonel of African Legion? Okay, I think that takes care of our officers. Any officers that did not get a chance to share? Okay, we will jump over to our members and we keep our policy. And I should have did this with our officers as well, but sisters first, brothers, we got to be good listeners. Sister Belinda, greetings. You have anything that you wanted to share with the family?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share. I'm just been sitting here listening to all of this good conversation that we've been having. One of the things that really, inspired me was that all of the great things that we're doing to unite our race and promote membership for this great work that UNIA is doing. I want to share what's happening with me here in Louisiana. Several weeks ago, I was charged and convicted of a crime that I did not commit. And you all know I have been on the program, our meetings before, and talked about the work that our organization, Louisiana United International, along with America United International, boots on the ground, grassroots effort to, advocate for wrongfully convicted people. Pastor Earl Victor was one of the members that you guys know quite a bit about. I have shared his story on several occasions in the meetings. So what I was charged with was in contempt, okay, let me get it right. Constructed contempt of court. And the reason why they charged me with that was because one of my members that were being badgered and threatened and forced to take a plea was refusing to take the plea, really didn't understand what she was being charged with, a 19-year-old young lady that the first time ever being charged with anything. And because she had a public defender that was badgering her and telling her that if she didn't take the plea, all kinds of threats of her going to jail and stuff like that was going to happen. And she had just had a baby, a 3-month-old baby, also a new job and stuff like that, and in college. So she just felt like, this was something that she just didn't want to do. I didn't know that much about her until after I was told that I was going to be charged with interfering with the public defender to represent his client. So upon getting ready to leave the courthouse several hours after, I told the young lady that if you don't want to take a plea, you don't have to. Have you had an opportunity to see the police report, your discovery? And she said, no, she had never met with the public defender. She was not aware of any of that information. So I told her, I said, well, the best thing that you can probably do right now is just get a continuance and then give me an opportunity to help you, acquire some of your information to know whether or not you want to continue with the public defender or hire private counsel. So that really upset the public defender. So as my understanding, he went back into the judge's chambers, told the judge that he almost had the plea, and I interfered. What happened with me was that I had other court watching courtrooms that I go to randomly in and out the courthouse. So before I was not allowed to leave the building, a deputy stepped to me, detained me, and told me that I had to go back into this one judge's courtroom, which was misdemeanor court. And I said, excuse me, I don't have any dealings with the judge. What do he want me to come back in the courtroom? He said, well, and I said, by the way, I'm getting ready to leave. I have a meeting I have to go to. He said, no, you're not leaving. You're not going anywhere. The judge wants you back in his courtroom right now. So when I go back into the judge's courtroom, he tells me that I was charged with this indirect contempt of court, and that I'm going to be served, and that I wasn't allowed to come back into the courtroom. I would be charged with $1,000 fine or 6 months in jail. So I objected to that, and I was served several months later and went to court on September the 7th, and I was charged with that charge, and they fined me $1,000 plus court fines and banned me from the courtroom for life. So with that said, I just want you all to know that there is a serious attack on our freedom of speech. And if it's ever been a time for us to unite and come together with our various organizations that's saying that Black people here in America is going to, if you're doing any type of work like what I know you all have talked about on this meeting that has anything to do with helping Black people or helping our race of people, or to become economically sustainable, or anything that's going to help us advance our people in the United States of America, we are under attack. And before this happened, I don't know, I mentioned to Brother Ross Marvin that we are, we are fighting to push back on the attack of the Uhuru movement and the African Socialist movement that the FBI kicked in their door with bombs, grenades, and arrested them and charged them and attacked their freedom of speech because of all the great things that they're doing with the Uhuru movement and the African Socialist Party that's been around for over 50 years. So we, as the Black is Back Coalition, I'm one of the committee members for that. Our focus is to unite groups and bring us all together on November 4th in Washington, D.C. And the reason for that is to have our voices heard. The leaders from the UNIA or any groups that you all may know of that's doing this work, we need to be in Washington, D.C. on November 4th. And I'm asking because I'm pleading with our people. We have to understand that this is our opportune time for our voices to be heard. We cannot be silent. We cannot allow any type of division amongst us now. And this is an opportunity for you to be a part of this platform. They're allowing groups to come in and be on the lineup to speak at this particular march on the White House, November 4th. So what I am compelling and reaching out and crying out for, us as Black people that are doing all of these great things, this is an opportunity for us all to come together on November 4th. So we're organizing buses across the country to be there on this date. So I want to say one more thing, that I sent the email to you, Brother John, and you can share it with the rest of the members, that we're saying that we want every Black person in the United States of America to unite with us on the, we're calling it not one step backwards. We asking people to join the Uhuru, the Hands Off the Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, and unite with the statement of unity. Endorse the Black is Back Coalition Hands Off. So we're asking for you to endorse that and unite with us. It's a link to the website that you can go to, and it has on that website, it has all of the what I want to say, all of the reasons, I think it's like about 7 reasons, principles of unity for the hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa. And one of them is most important is that I'm very concerned about is the attack on our freedom of speech, and also with the war in Ukraine, where they have given trillions of dollars to people that don't even live in our country. And basically we're saying if you know, this is wrong. I don't know. I think that's it. I'm talking real fast. I'm trying not to leave out anything, but I want to be able to organize a bus that's coming from Atlanta. I'm going to be talking to some of my comrades there that we can have a charter bus and ask people to get on the bus with us and go to Washington, D.C. on November the 4th. So if anyone have any questions, I'm sorry if I took up too much time, but I'm just trying to get everything out, and I do appreciate you all allowing me this opportunity to share.
No, you're fine, Sister Belinda. I'll ask my questions in a second. Anyone have any questions for Sister Belinda?
Yes, Sister Belinda. Can you give out a contact number for anybody who might be interested in November 4th to reach you?
Absolutely. I can put that in the chat. My phone number is 985.
Sister Belinda, please don't share your personal phone number. If you got a business line or email, that's better. We prefer for our sisters not to share their personal information.
Okay. All right then. Well, I emailed it to you already, Brother John.
Yes.
So you can share it. Yes, that's my business, and anyone can feel free. I just didn't put my personal email on there, but I did put the business email. So that information, they can also go to our website, you know, and the information is listed on the website for contacting me at Louisiana United International. And for the Uhuru movement, for the organizing the bus, I do have a phone number. I can put that in an email to you later on when we get more detailed information. But for people that want to work along with the administration that is planning the lineup, I have information for that too as well. And I can give that dial-in number. It's 813-448-6448. And I'm gonna put that number in the chat, and the website that you can go to and be able to contact people that can give you more information about organizing for that event. I want to say one more thing before any questions. You know, this is serious. This is, if it's ever been a time that we all need to come together in this country as Black people that's doing this type of work, now is the time for us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Belinda. Any other questions, comments for Sister Belinda?
I do. Greetings.
Lady President.
Okay.
First of all, Sister Belinda, I just want to say on my behalf, I am so sorry you're experiencing this. And to listen to you speak about this, it just grinds my gears and fires me up. So I do have a word from Garvey on that we all, it just got me so excited, y'all. Okay. I like to give a word from Garvey, and I'm going to explain to you all my perspective on those type of situations, because like Sister Belinda said, that this is critical. When our people are being led into a lion's den and they don't know the information on how to protect themselves when they get in those positions. Garvey says, and this is out of chapter 2 of Message to the People. I kind of jumped the gun and read this to my son the other day. But the part that stuck out to me most, it says, never trust a Jew. Don't let them know that. He is playing the odds against you all the time. He plays with loaded dice. His cards are marked. You can never win against him. Make this secret whispering propaganda in every community when you go into a Negro home. Whisper all the time that the Jew is bad. Flatter him as he flatters you and robs you. Never give him a square deal because he will never give you one. I speak to the membership a lot about protesting and I'm excited, y'all, about protesting and about getting in these communities. I want to make another example about protest, and I'm gonna circle back around to what Sister Belinda is talking about. During the time, I'll say about a couple years back, we lost a brother here in Atlanta. His name was Rashad Brooks. We lost Rashad Brooks at a Wendy's. He was dealing with the cops. He got into a tussle with two police officers. He actually defeated them both, and he ran off. He picked up the taser. He turned it around at them, but he dropped it. But he was ultimately shot in the back. After that, the city of Atlanta went into a complete disarray. They started protesting. They started destroying buildings. They were out at Stone Mountain with the Black Panthers, and they had their artillery on, and they were just full uniform. The result of that came to the city of Atlanta getting a $90 million police fund. I personally, I just believe just what Garvey said. You whisper. You don't. I never believed in the rah rah kumbaya, because to me that's showing them our hands. It's showing them what we're capable of, instead of just coming in strategically, coming in through paperwork, because that's what the white man does. He believes that if you put it in the book, the Negroes will never read it. It'll never get to them. That's their secret weapon. They believe is that by putting it in a book. So I believe that our voices, our concerns, our issues can be pushed in a way that is done by a whisper, by paperwork, by silent petitions, by so many people. And then when it's time to organize, when it's time to come together at that time of the court date or any of those times, we will be in a dignified number that they didn't expect. So my heart goes out to you, Sister Belinda, and all that that you're going through in these situations. But going forward, when we do have a concern, we see our brothers and sisters, we have to be mindful to be more strategic, because these oppositions are looking and they're watching. They're studying us like we're studying them. So I just want us to be safe, be mindful, be thoughtful, know the law of your people, know both laws, study both sides of the game. Don't just jump into something blindly. And I stand on that strongly. And I'm looking forward to doing works, but I'm looking forward to whispering and not being so loud, because I want to hit them with a sneak attack, because they think they got it sold up and they don't. So blessings to you, Sister Belinda, and my heart goes out to you in your struggle.
Blessings. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, it really touches my heart. You are so right. That is so true. Everything is so powerful, what you're saying.
Yes, thank you, Lady President. Yeah, and my brief comments. Garvey said the greatest weapon used against our people is disorganization, and we see that in times of need. Whether it's economic organization or political/legal organization, we know that when we, reactively, we know that if we come together, we can make progress and demand change. But we have to, as Garveyites, we have to develop a proactive approach as well. So we're not waiting until things are done, but proactively, we can adjust policies, create laws that will benefit our people for generations to come.
Wonderful.
Okay. All right, I see some notes. Let me go through. Let me keep going through our members. Thank you, Sister Belinda. Is there any other sisters for member share? Sister Aziza, would she like to share?
She stepped away.
Okay. All right. Well, we will move to our brothers. Had a couple brothers on. Well, Brother Art, you shared. Brother Art, is there anything you want to share from a non-officer standpoint, from just a normal membership standpoint?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you, Brother Art. Next up will be Dr. Shams, member number 172 out of Brooklyn, New York. Greetings, Dr.
Raise first.
Raise
Raise
first.
first. Yes, sir. Well, I understand that we're having legality issues right now, legal problems, but that's what my website is designed for, you know. And I have memberships that I've joined into as well to try to help protect myself. One of them is the Nation of Islam, which is very well embedded throughout my website. And another one is for the Unity of Africa on the Diaspora. The name of it is Africa Agro-Industrial Parks Development Consortium Sign-Up. That's a movement to turn Africa into farmland, regain our country over our countries over there, and bring us all together, united under one Pan-African umbrella or nationwide. You know, nation mission. Okay. I don't, let's see. One of the things you could do, sister, and it's worked before for me, is that you could go to the website that I'm talking about, go to the Sovereignty ID Laws section, which you will find the title at the top of my website, and there you can download an averment of jurisdiction, jurisdiction, because if you actually are a member of the UNIA-ACL, your sovereignty is recognized both indigenously and by human rights international laws. So therefore, you have a means to fight back. You could revert whatever they're trying to do to you over to our government, the UNIA-ACL, and hopefully, you'll have some help in battling what you're going through. But you can't let a lawyer direct you as far as the way you should go. You should make sure that your argument is being argued the way you want it to be presented. And don't let a lawyer talk up no other story about you that may not be relevant to your issue, but they just doing that because they hang in the back. They hang with the judge and they make deals on who gets convicted, who guilty in cases and all this here, so they can make their money. With them, it's all about money. They care nothing about no legalities. But if you go the way I'm saying, and I have international laws and indigenous right laws on my website, if you go the way I'm saying, it should be very helpful, extremely helpful to you, So my website, I'm going to tell you what it is Not Helpful USA Legislations people.brazesites.com. That's
Okay,
not
that's a long website. Why don't you put it in the chat?
It's already there.
Oh, okay, I'll find it.
It's already there. Yeah. But no, I named it that, so the US will realize and know and understand when they come up to me with my indigenous identification backed by international human rights laws that says that they have to recognize me being an indigenous person as long as I have my indigenous ID with me, So I have that there. So I named it that so that they would realize they have very little, if no jurisdiction over me. So therefore they would have to let me go and peacefully, if I haven't done anything, outrageous illegally, If I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. But if I'm right, if I am right, I have rights that back me up. There are laws that will back me up. Don't let them double talk you either, because we're living with a double standard beside everything they want to do. They try to Dred Scott us all the time. I even have his case on my website. His case is on my line. So, that's just some of the things that I've been going through, been working on. I also pay Africa over $300 for membership into doing business over there, And I have a recruitment flyer on my website too for bringing in new members, you know. But I'm able to do all this because I'm a self-government. I'm a self-government. That's my right by international human rights laws and indigenous sovereign laws. I join up with other organizations so that if I face any type of legal challenges, I have recourse in other avenues where if one fails, another one can or will come through. Peace and race first.
Race first. Thank you, Dr. Sham. In light of legal discussions being made, I did want to bring in Counsel General. Were you aware of what was being discussed? I want to know your thoughts on the proposal made.
Okay, forgive me. Which proposal are you speaking of?
Dr. Shams, what was the recommendation that you were given to the sister?
Yeah, I told the sister to download a form called averment of jurisdiction. It worked for me before. You might need to get it notarized. What I would do, I would get a copy of it, download it, get one copy notarized, the other copy not notarized, but supported by international and sovereign laws, international human rights laws, indigenous rights laws. I would have one that has no other affiliation like a notary public, anything like that. I get one blank, one plain, not blank, but because it has a lot of writing in it. It tells the court what you're doing with an averment of jurisdiction, what you mean by that. Okay. But one of them you would notarize, the other one you would leave plain and alone, you know. And if you could present that to your lawyer, don't let your lawyer frame the argument for you and you disagree and don't think you can say anything. Make sure that your case is being argued the way you want to argue it, the way you want to argue it, even if you're dealing with an attorney. That's my best recommendations to you, sister. Peace and race first.
Race first. Thank you, Dr. Sham. So I guess it's the averment of jurisdiction. You have any awareness of that, Attorney Montep?
Well, no, I don't. That challenge there, I don't know Louisiana law. It is different from generally the other states' law. But what came to mind was she said that she's been convicted. I don't know, what year that was. And
A couple of weeks ago, September the 7th.
Okay, September this. The big question then is when you have time to appeal.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I am filing for appeal Monday. Tomorrow is my last day.
Raise first.
Raise first.
Yeah.
Brother Imhotep.
Yes. I was.
Have you ever heard of quo warranto when jurisdiction is being challenged?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
I understand. And the issue is here, she's been convicted, which means generally she's accepted jurisdiction over her. It wasn't raised that, at the time of trial. I don't know if it was a trial by jury, trial by judge. Did she have an attorney for the trial, or if it was a trial, or was it a plea?
No, it wasn't any of that. The judge is the one who actually charged me with the charge, and the judge was the one who tried me in his courtroom. He did not allow me to have an attorney, which my attorney did show up, and my attorney decided that he wasn't going to represent me. And when I asked the judge to allow me to have a continuance, he refused and said that we're going to proceed. And then when it came down to me questioning any of the witnesses, I wanted to ask the judge. I called the judge for a witness. He told me, he said, you can call your witnesses. And I said, well, Your Honor, I would like to call you as a witness. And he said I couldn't do that.
Race
Yeah.
first.
And of course you need
It was crazy. It was a kangaroo courtroom. I knew it was. I was right.
Race
No
first.
jury, no, none of that.
Yeah, a contempt of court. You should have had counsel there.
Yeah.
And of course, the most important thing now is, of course, is that you timely appeal, and you don't want to miss that right.
Well, I filed. I filed in the state court arrest the judgment motion. And I also paid the fine, the court fines and fees, because I didn't want, he said if I show up and I haven't paid the fees, they were going to put me in jail on October the 9th, which is tomorrow. So I went ahead, filed the motion for arrest of judgment, and I also filed a judicial complaint against the judge and
yeah, you need a lawyer. Of course, you should have had a lawyer there at trial, and to hear that you didn't have a lawyer there at trial, the horror story continues, goes on, and that's why you have to appeal so that this decision can be heard anew by a higher court here, and that you can have counsel to represent you. And that's again, it sounds like a horror story. It's a lesson for all of us. When you're charged with anything, get a lawyer to represent you. You're at such a disadvantage. Contempt of court is a different type of charge, as being criminal and civil, but you still need a lawyer.
But did you hear what I said? I said I had a lawyer. I paid a lawyer $1,000 to come in the courtroom and represent me that day. And the lawyer was late. And when he came in, he told the judge that he asked the judge for a continuance, and the judge said no. When he said, well, I didn't meet eye to eye with Ms. Parker Brown, and I'm not going to represent her today. And he sat down, and the judge allowed him to do that. So then I asked the judge, I said, well, since my attorney is not going to represent me, I say, then would you allow me a continuance so that I can get me another attorney? And the judge said, no, we're proceeding. That all happened within minutes. And it was
Race first.
And it was a 2-hour trial.
Race first.
Race first, yes. The averment of jurisdiction states in the text of it, and part of the text it states that no jurisdiction can be upheld if it's been challenged until legal proof and evidence comes into play to establish jurisdiction. So she could probably still use that averment jurisdiction. I would just hand it to the lawyer so it's presented more properly the right way. I would hand it over to a lawyer, but it has worked for me before. Piece of race first.
Well, I don't want to take up a lot of time with the meeting today, because I'm gonna tell you, it's what Madam President said earlier. You know, these people are coming for us. It's not even about me. It's about their gravy train. And the fact that I was telling this young lady that she don't have to take a plea. She have a right if she wish to go to trial. And that's what they were upset about. That I do this all the time. I'm a court watcher. I'm a legitimate nonprofit 501(c) organization. That is part of my mission, is to help people understand, educate people about their defense. And also, community awareness meetings, when people don't understand that their attorneys, the court system and all of that stuff about what they're being trapped, so they know who I am, and they don't want me in the courtrooms watching what they do, especially when it comes to Black people. So he banned me from the courtroom for life. Okay. That's the biggest thing that they, so all I'm saying is that, this is an attack on our First Amendment right, our freedom of speech, our liberties and everything. They detained me illegally. I don't even know why I went back into the courtroom. The judge wanted me in the courtroom. Why the judge, what he was going to say to me. I didn't have a clue. Okay. I never committed a crime. I have a good name. And, it was already decided what they were going to do to me before I even got in the courtroom that day. They had 7 police officers standing there to arrest me and put me in jail if I would have refused to not go forth with his proceeding because I didn't have a lawyer. So this is an attack on us. And I'm telling you, that's how blatant. I'm not making this up. You can look at it. I'm sending you guys the pleadings, everything that I have, what's happening, even the transcripts.
Race first.
Race first.
Amendment number 11. That pertains directly to jurisdiction. It says no jurisdiction can overtake the jurisdiction of another court. That's one thing, and it pertains to a vermin jurisdiction as well. But 9 and 10 gives us its real power, because it says that the enumeration of the constitutional laws by number are not to infringe or abridge upon the legal rights of the people nor of the state. That's 9 and 10. Amendments number 9, 10, and 11. Take a look at those. But it won't hurt to give you a loyalty of vermin and jurisdiction, though. One copy notarized, the other copy not.
Race first, family. I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine, brother. Sister Belinda, this is it's a tight situation because you're facing these oppressors tomorrow. So it really gets my blood pumping, because you have you're just one little old you, and you have all of these people coming at you, and it makes me feel some type of way. Truly, I know parts of Alabama law, Georgia law. I'm getting to know Louisiana law. I've always heard has been different from different states. I know in Alabama, when those type of situations come about, when your lawyer just quits your case mid-case, is normally, I don't know, it's a mistrial in certain cases. I like to suggest, since it's so tight on your situation, is to just go ahead for your sake and look up as many laws that is pertaining to you directly and your injustice, because only thing that you can fight back with at this point is the law, their law, the same laws that they try to come at you with. It's a law to help defend you with as well. So I'm not a Louisiana lawyer. And I just suggest that you just go in meditation, go to the Almighty Source, and just ask the Source to lead you to the answers that you need. Because believe it or not, you could just say one thing, and that one thing will just clear you free. And I truly believe that because I've seen it time and time again. So my heart truly, truly, truly goes out to you, my sister. And I really hate that you're experiencing this, but at the same time, nothing happens and everything happens for a reason. So I just, if I could just give my suggestions, is that you just go into your the code of Louisiana, and find everything that you possibly can. I know it's an extensive law, and I'm not telling you read everything word for word, but just get to the key points that that are pertaining to you and your situations and how you can defend yourself, because you have an actual lawyer. I mean, not lawyer, you have an actual judge who is, attacking you at this point. So you have to go over and beyond that. But in a way that you do that also is through paperwork. That paperwork is going to be your strongest defense. You have to get your voice heard. Us standing outside the courtroom yelling, this ain't fair, not gonna get us nowhere. I'm sorry, that's just how I truly feel from the bottom of my heart. It's not gonna get us nowhere. It's just gonna show the opposition our hands. So the best thing that you can do right now, because it is tomorrow, is to just look up some key terms for yourself that you can defend yourself with, so that you can call them out on their crap. Also, is to send in the proper literature to the proper people from your standpoint. If you have a court case tomorrow, so all I can just suggest is that you just get those key points for you, so that you can enjoy yourself, so you can know what brace for impact. I hate that we're just not hearing about this right now. But
I want to kind of make something clear. I went to trial on September the 7th. I was charged with the charge, and then I was fined $1,000 plus court costs. I paid that already. So I have to be there tomorrow if I have paid it. So I should be free and clear. But I did file a motion a few days ago, and I just sent that to Brother John. And also I did have a hire attorney to file an appeal by tomorrow, which would be my deadline. So I want you guys to be at ease that I should be safe with them not putting me in jail, because I did go ahead and pay the fine, but I did write not guilty on it. So, I'm hoping that I'm in the clear, but I don't trust these people, because this is the same judge that I have filed several complaints against him. And see what they do here in Louisiana, because it is the Napoleon law. They do whatever they want to do. They make up their own laws and as they go, that's what they do here. And that's the reason why we have so many people in prison wrongfully here. And that's been my fight, is fighting for the freedom of people that have been wrongly convicted up under a racist, unconstitutional Jim Crow law, where they were snatching people off the street and making slaves out of them. And that's basically what he just did to me. He snatched me up, detained me illegally, put a charge on me, and found me guilty of it. And I'm not making this up. It's all in the transcript.
Yeah, let me say again, how important it is. Your first lawyer quit on you and left you there.
That's right.
For a trial in front of the judge.
2 hours.
Yeah. Okay. And again, okay, you were convicted, but again, you have another hearing in front of the judge. I don't know if it's sentencing or what.
No, I don't have another hearing. I have to pay the fine by October the 9th. But if the fine is paid, I don't have to go before the judge. But I still don't trust them. I'm going to court tomorrow, because they said he gave me 30 days to pay the fine and fees.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. I wouldn't go back to court without a lawyer.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's partly why you an injustice was done to you here. You didn't have someone fighting in your behalf, and what the lawyer you did have, what he did was deplorable, to say the least. You need a lawyer at all stages here when you're in court and charged with a criminal or a civil offense. That's what I'm getting at, and it's good that you did get a lawyer to file the appeal. That's very important, and hopefully this appeal lawyer won't be like the trial lawyer, and hopefully your conviction will be overturned and justice will be done. But yeah, unfortunately, you need a lawyer at all the stages, and I can see that wasn't your fault there. You had a court-appointed lawyer, and that lawyer just failed you.
No, he was a paid, no, he was not a court-appointed lawyer.
Oh, well, that sounds even worse. If he was paid and he quit on you.
And the judge allowed them to.
Wow, yeah, that's really bad. I guess.
Yeah, it was really bad. It was. Hey, I'm telling you, it's an attack on us, because the whole thing that I want you all to understand about this is happening. And if it's happening to me, I'm pretty sure that it's happening to a lot of people. We are in trouble when it comes to us being advocates for any type of, freedom or, help for our people. And that's what they don't want us doing. They don't want us watching them do our people wrong. And I've been a court watcher. I've been doing this work for quite some time, since 2007 here in Louisiana. I'm telling you, it's getting worse, because it happened the way it did. I'm not making it up. It's in the transcripts.
Race first.
Race first.
Yeah, look like they trying to use that double standard on you that pertains to the Dred Scott case. You might want to look up that case too, and make sure that your lawyer, when you go into court, argues the way you want him to argue. Not the way he would like to argue to make his money, but the way you want him to argue to set you free.
That's right.
Oh, and by the way, Constitutional Amendment number 1, first Constitutional Amendment, in clause, you have the right to grievance government. You have the right to grievance government. So it might not have been an attempt and a contempt of court in the first place. It could be just an irate, arrogant judge. But don't let them double stand you. Don't let them double stand you or Dred Scott you. Make sure your lawyer understands what's going on and present the case the way you want it to be presented, not the way he would like. Because a lot of lawyers do that, and then you end up on the losing end. Because a lot of lawyers out here, they just down with it for the money. They do anything the judge say for the money.
And that's what happened. That's what happened that day, because that's the reason why me and him didn't meet eye to eye, and he quit on me, because I wanted him to agree to have it removed from that judge's courtroom, because I knew I wasn't going to get a fair trial up in there. I knew that judge was coming for me, and he had the police officers and stuff lined up in the courtroom so that they can put me in jail that day. So that's the reason why he quit on me right then and there, because I told him I didn't want to go in front of that judge, and I wanted him to accept the motion to have it removed from that judge's courtroom. And he said he wasn't going to do that. So that's why he didn't represent me.
Yeah, because some of them hang out with the judges, and they get paid across the board back and forth with them judges, and they care nothing about us, like you're saying. But we do have our rights if we know how to fight with them.
And that's why based on my appeal is that I'm saying that the judge didn't allow me to have counsel and putting all of that in the appeal because, you know, the Louisiana law protects me that I should have been represented by counsel. So
Yeah, that's your habeas corpus rights.
right, absolutely. So
The Miranda rights, they tell you that anytime you being arrested, detained, or anything else by police court, whatever, they
well,
give
they
you
never read
habeas
me.
corpus rights.
They never read me no Miranda rights or anything like that. They didn't give me, they did not even, I'm telling you, they just snatched me and told me I gotta get, you know, he was gonna wrestle me down to the floor. He said, the judge wants you back in this courtroom right now. And you can't go nowhere. And that's what happened. There were witnesses standing out there watching everything. I was never Miranda right. I was never charged with anything. I just had to go back into the judge courtroom. And when the judge started reading off, are you Belinda Parker Brown? You know, you're not allowed to come back in this courtroom no more. I advise you that you get you a counsel because you being charged with constructive in contempt. You know, I was never in his courtroom. He was never on the bench. I never did anything in contempt of court because everything that I did was outside in the hallway talking to the young lady about she didn't have to take a plea if she didn't want to.
Yeah, they out to get us, but you got to remember. See, I saw one time in an old Western back towards the slave days that if you show them something in black and white, they might try to dress got you double standard you or whatever. But if you show them something in black and white, then they have to stand by the law as far as what's in black and white.
That's right.
Well, I certainly appreciate you all. And this right here, this is going to be a big deal because I want to take it all the way, like Madam President just said that, you know, we're going to take it to a higher court. And that's what I'm really hoping that you guys are on board and support, that this is a battle that we all need to be fighting right now, because when the fix is in, the fix is in. And there's so many innocent people that's in prison because this is what they do, especially here in Louisiana. It's happening all over the world, but Louisiana is known for it. We were #1 in mass incarceration. You know, people are spending 20, 30, 40 years in prison, and we're finding out that they never should have been there in the first place. And this is what's happening, you know. So that's what they was about to do to this young lady. And I just stepped in and told her, you know, you don't have to take a plea.
You could also try to go to the National Action Network, because Reverend Sharpton calls himself a specialist at fighting for our people's rights, and he had branches everywhere. He has a National Action Network.
I know. I've been a part of the National Action Network. You know, I'm very familiar with Al Sharpton. I'm not a big fan of his.
Good. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's one burner in the fire for you against that judge. But I think if you go to a higher court and they look over your case, they find the judges in the wrong, you got a hefty lawsuit that you could put on them.
Absolutely.
I'm already thinking about that. That's for sure. And my husband is definitely thinking about that because, you know, I didn't do anything wrong, and they know I didn't do anything wrong, and they just want to intimidate us and put fear in us. And I heard the Madam President say earlier, we don't operate in fear. They're not scaring me from doing what I have been called and purposed to do by God. First of all, this is my mission from God, to help people when they're trapped in this system and they don't have a clue about what's going on, and they feel as though they're alone, and a lot of them are alone, and their lawyers and everything is against them. You know, we didn't wrote the white paper on that. You can go to my website at America United International, and you know, they know who we are. That's for sure. And that's the reason why I need to unite with you all and other groups like you all that saying we're just not going to tolerate this type of treatment. Stop us, leave us alone. That's what they need. Leave us alone. We're going to
I agree
have,
with you.
right.
I
We're
agree
going
with
to
you.
have economic self-sustainability for our people. We're going to have our land and our everything that belongs to us. You know, leave us alone. That's what they do. You know, stop trying to block us and keep us from what rightfully belong to us. You know, and we and people that look like us is helping us lose because it's white power in black faces.
Yeah.
And we got to expose those people because this was a black lawyer that's standing up there, went back there and told the judge this bald-faced lie on me that I was practicing law by interfering with him to represent his client. He was black.
Yeah. Well, the Moors know about that. I happen to be Moorish American myself. I'm Moorish American, Nuwapian, Muslim, Indian. But when it comes to the Moors, from what I know, from what I hear and know, and I see it all the time, it even happened to me, we win cases when we come right. When we come right to them, we win cases. But you might need a crowd behind you too, in case anything does go amiss. I don't want to put no damp into anything, but come prepared. Go into the court prepared and knowing what to do. Don't let the lawyer argue his way against you. Tell the lawyer exactly, what you know of law or what you heard tonight, and have him present it to the judge in the fashion and way that you would like, and that will help you. Because they famous for taking things the other way. They love doing that because they get paid for it.
If I could chime in real quick, Sister Belinda, call Ben Crump. This is right up his alley. Call him.
Yeah, well, let me
I just met with Ben Crump on the Capitol steps here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You know, I met with him on a there was, one of my associates did tell me to call him. He basically he came down here because of the Ronald Green murder that was beat to death and murdered on video by 5 white police officers. And see, I've been all in the media and in the public talking about that because we called for the governor to be indicted because the governor was complicit in covering this up because he was running for his second term. And he's a white Democratic governor that brags about his relationship with law enforcement here in Louisiana. So I got the Department of Justice involved to do an investigation because the Attorney General and the DA, nobody would do anything. They sanitize all the cell phones and video recordings, but I do have a 47-minute video recording of the police officers beating this man to death. And Ben Crump did take that case for us. So I just want to let you know, hey, he been down here on several occasions. He came down on our Houdini case where the young man was handcuffed in the back of the police car, and they say he committed suicide, shot himself in the back of the head. So, Louisiana is notorious. We're ground zero for this type of stuff, and they getting away with it. And, from the governor's office on down. And like I say, we have a lot of, I don't want to, degrade our people, but because of ignorance, a lot of Black people here in Louisiana that really don't know who they are, and they just, they petty bourgeoisie, wanting to be braggadocious on getting, a name for themselves. And letting these people just do us any kind of way here. And that's what's really hurting us here. So if anybody have any, that's why I'm saying, we got to unite and come together, because it's people that look like us that's been handpicked and paid to represent us, that's not for us, and they're they are helping us lose. They are helping us lose. So I'm out to expose that. Maybe it can help, bring some people to their own soul searching, a reality that, that's what's happening to us. We just have to do a little better. I'm just being self-critical that some kind of way we have to do a little better in reaching our people and educating them and uniting with them and showing them, especially our young people, that we are about this real Gaviite movement. We're about, Black people, becoming self-sufficient, to help each other, to help us, to help it's our time. This is our time. And we're not going to keep on whining and crying and asking permission and going looking for help in all the wrong places. That's what's happened. That's the main thing. We got to stop thinking that these people intended to do something for us. White people they never was going to do anything for us. Never. And no offense to them. No offense to any other race or nationality. I'm talking about my Black people here in America. What are we going to do? It's not about what they have done and what they're doing and what they're going to do. It's about what we're going to do.
Race first.
Race first.
Yeah, I like the idea of what you said about. Go ahead, Brother John. I'm sorry.
Has his hand up. Brother,
yes. I personally have been in a courtroom, and the person's phone has gone off, and they were held in contempt of court just for that. I feel like the courtroom is the lion's den. It is the new gates to slavery. And I feel like that area, that's one of the most protected places. I feel like one of our I hear you be talking about this being a long-term issue. So it's important to have short-term and long-term remedies. I feel like as an organization which presents itself as a government for our people, it's important to create ways for our people to stay out of the courtroom, period. And Dr. Shams is really offering the remedy for that, because it 100% lies in jurisdiction, which means the law that I say governs me. And there are many ways for individuals to establish a jurisdiction to where, when encountered with other jurisdictions, there's a recognition. Right now, they have what's called a no-stop search and detain list that many of the Moorish Americans and tribal people who have established their tribal jurisdiction is on. I've seen it signed by Governor Kemp. And these individuals, right now on the back of their IDs, when you scan it, and the officer, it comes up right away, and it shows that they're on that list, and it shows the fee schedule that the officer would have to pay by being in contempt of your court and your process of everyday life, and where you earn your money and how much each hour of your day is worth. And it shows all of this for those officers. And of course, getting to a place where that's also in our tags. When they pull us over, they already know that we're not in their jurisdiction. I feel like we as a government have to look for the long-term solutions to keep our individuals out of these courts. But we have to get to a point where we are establishing our own jurisdiction. And Dr. Shams has a lot of information on it. I'm hearing him talk about it, and I'm looking forward to sitting with him myself. Because when I talk about Black government IDs, that's one of the things that I think about, ways we have to make it stronger, where it's recognized that we are out of their jurisdiction immediately, and even have instructions on how to proceed with us forward upon contact. We definitely have to have long-term solutions, because it definitely is a problem, but that also gives us the opportunity to whisper to where we don't have to make it where it's a whole loud thing. It's just paperwork, and and paperwork is respected. It's been done over and over again. Dr. Sham has a lot of that history on his website. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Dr. Shams and kind of getting that and kind of seeing what we could do, because I've always known that no matter what you do on paper, the last test of any sovereignty is force, and force is protected by numbers. So it's always been my view that the UNIA as a whole has to establish its jurisdiction, and then therefore we're able to establish ours, and the numbers be there upon that day when we even first speak up. That it's done in the masses and not just individually, because individually, of course, the last test of that paperwork is still, you see countries invading countries all the time. So a force is always the last force, and that's going to be protected by numbers. That's why membership will always be the number one most important thing for anything. Race first.
Race first. I agree with joining as many organizations as possible, and don't wait for nobody else to do it with you or for you. You join the organization and you put in the best you can and work with our people as best you can, because if one miss, the other one might just make it for you. Peace and race first.
Race first. All right, brothers and sisters, we spent about 40 minutes on this one topic. We do have other brothers that have been patiently waiting, have not had a chance to share. I want to give some closing comments, and then we'll move on to our next member. In regards to traders, I encourage everyone to listen to our September 24th mass meeting. That was specifically focused on traders. We read a lecture gave by Marcus Garvey, titled Traders, and we went over how it applies to us today. A couple things that we have to be aware of. Garveyism is a mature philosophy at this point. It's over 100 years old, the philosophy itself. We as a people have to internalize this stuff, master it, and teach it to our children in their youth. Because if we don't, we're going to keep having these same issues. In Garveyism, it is implied that we have a relationship with the government in which we live. Our intentions is not to take over the United States. Our intentions are to have a diplomatic relationship with the United States. So we have a twofold job. One is abiding by United States rules and regulations in a political sense, so that they can't openly work against us. But at the same time, we should be developing our own political and legal systems so that we can govern ourselves. I'm gonna end off with a couple messages from Garvey. One is one that I read a couple weeks ago, but it's on page 97, Philosophies and Opinions, Volume 2. Title of it, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the title of the lecture is The Difference Between the UNIA and Other Organizations. The difference between the Universal Negro Improvement Association and other movements of this country and probably the world is that the Universal Negro Improvement Association seeks independence of government, while the other organizations seek to make the Negro a secondary part of existing governments. We differ from the organizations in America because they seek to subordinate the Negro as a secondary consideration in the great civilization, knowing that in America, the Negro will never reach his highest ambitions, knowing that the Negro in America will never get his constitutional rights. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, and that comes from Philosophy and Opinions. The second is on the screen. It comes from Message to the People, Course of African Philosophy. But Garvey says, no race is free until it has a strong nation of its own, its own system of government and its own order of society. Never give up this idea. Let no one persuade you against it. It is the only protection for your generation and your race. Hold on to the idea of an independent government and nation as long as other men have them. Unfortunately, we're in a day where we don't have as many divisions as we used to have. When you look at Race First by Tony Martin, you'll see that Louisiana was a state that had the most divisions of the UNIA out of any state in the United States. And today, I'm not sure if we even have one division. But as we talk about jurisdiction, there has to be a organized movement of individuals that claim that they wish to govern themselves within that area, so that we can have an impact on what's going on. We are the Atlanta division. Our jurisdiction is Atlanta and Georgia. I'm the commissioner for District 5 that extends our jurisdiction to South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. But constitutionally, our division does not have any jurisdiction outside of those states. As I said, unfortunately, we're in a day and time where we're rebuilding what has already been done. And Garvey said, one of his quotes, "What man has done, man can do." So we can rebuild, but to the point that I made earlier, we have to get to the point where we're proactive rather than reactive, where we're building for the benefit of the future, rather than trying to build to correct a wrong that has been done in the past. So I don't want to, belabor the point. There's a lot that needs to be done. I would second Attorney Emotep's comments primarily. An appeal and having a lawyer present as best possible. That would be the immediate priorities, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Belinda.
Thank you so much.
It's 8:43. Like I said, we still got a few brothers to go through. Baba James, his brother Nature. Is he ready to share? Baba James, brother Nature. Okay, we will come back to Baba James and brother Nature. We'll go down to brother Chizoro out of Jacksonville. Brother Chizoro, how you doing? Brother Chizoro. Okay, Chizoro not there. Brother Julian, Decatur.
Greetings, family.
Greetings, brother Julian. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Just glad to continue to connect and reconnect. Much respect and strength to everyone. We know that there's a lot going on globally within the African diaspora, and this year I was able to make it to Haiti and Ghana, and I was reminded that the entire African diaspora is looking to Black America for leadership and guidance. And when I was in Ghana, they knew Marcus Garvey. When I was in Haiti, they knew Marcus Garvey. And as we see the intervention in Haiti now, it reveals to me the necessity of the Black government and the African Communities League, that when our people are in need, that we can be of aid globally. We can be ready to send aid in force if necessary, but definitely now is our time to be able to show and prove that the Black Star Line, the African Communities League, and all of the ideals of Garvey, we are here, we are ready, and that now is our time to just show and prove.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother Julian. You absolutely correct. We've discussed this several times in the past, and you echo the sentiment of the group. But as we look throughout the diaspora, we know that the diaspora looks towards African Americans, quote unquote African Americans, Americans in Africa, for leadership and guidance and inspiration. So they're looking to us, and we have to ask ourselves, who are we waiting for? You know, as I've said before, we are the most, you know, some of the most educated. We are some of the most well-funded. We probably hands down the most well-armed group of any Africans in the diaspora. If we're not going to come together, work together, put our funds together, put our minds together, put our resources together, and show some form of self-reliance, what are we really doing? And what we're really doing is showing the rest of the world that the amenities of America are better than what we can provide for ourselves. Garvey says that in his teachings and Message to the People, but he talks about it in a lesson on institutions. And he says, by default, if we don't take it upon ourselves to create our own institutions, then by default, we're telling the rest of the world that the institutions that are being provided for us are better than the ones that we can create for ourselves. And that goes the same for liberation, progress, politics, leadership. If we can't develop our own leaders, if we can't develop our own politics, if we can't develop our own self-sustaining government, we're telling the rest of the world that what America is doing for us is better than what we can do for ourselves. And that's a position of defeat that at this point we're showing the world that we've accepted. It's not the 60s, it's not the 20s, was 2020s, but that show of consistent resistance, that show of consistent displeasure, we have to continue that within our time. And I don't, to Lady President's point, it doesn't necessarily have to always be rah rah riot in the street, but we should see it when we look at our organizations. We should see strength in our organizations. We should see membership in our organizations. We should see when we look at our organizations that our people feel that it's something that we can provide for ourselves that others could never do. But when we don't see that strength in numbers in our organization, but we see the strength in our colonizers' numbers, and we see the strength and support of our people for colonizer systems, that can be discouraging, especially for the youth and especially for the next generation. So it's unfortunate. It's 2023, and we're still having these discussions about the importance of coming together, the importance of working together, the importance of showing others the way. And I just hope that 2024, 2025, we're not having the same discussions. I'll move forward. Brother Chizoro, are you there? Chizoro?
Yes, I am. I apologize.
You're all right. Greetings, brother. How you doing?
Greetings. I'm doing all right. Still in Jacksonville. I've been talking with Brother Julian for the past maybe couple months. We were talking about this going back way for a long time. Haiti, the importance of Haiti as a base of communities. People have been paying attention. In West Africa, the French-speaking countries, they're overthrowing democracy, and Haiti, they had a similar situation where they're basically governing themselves from the grassroots. Now, Kenya and some other countries from the West are trying to invade them over one city, saying that they need to restore democracy. But Julian just said he's been to Haiti and he's been gone back and forth. And I think it's at the point where we could actually, if we focus on the Caribbean building divisions there. And that's what we're trying to put in motion, building divisions there, building own communities there. That would be the base for the membership that we're expecting, especially me. I'm coming from Nigeria. That's been my strategy. If I could create a base in Africa or in the Caribbean, then I think the immigrants over here would support, the numbers would grow. Because a lot of people, when they look to connect to Africa by the thousands, by the millions, they don't go to the UNIA. But if the UNIA was in Africa already and taking over some of those services, I think people would look to it more. So I'm going to try and get with Julian about getting to Haiti or connecting with the people over there and bringing it under that umbrella of, the UNIA somehow, where all these rural communities could come. I know in Jacksonville, there's some people that travel to Haiti, like government, military type people. We're going to try and see how many communities we can reach. But the thing about Africa and Haiti and some of these places in the Caribbean and South America, they already have like communities. They have like their governments are organized around like an African Community League. So sometimes people don't see the need to organize under a UNIA, but the thing that UNIA has is the Constitution, the idea of marriage, black family. You have to have a black spouse to be a leader. That's something that I think is important. But yeah, and just to cut it short, we're going to focus on maybe Haiti, and I'm trying to get Nigeria and Jamaica. They're connected with East Africa and South Africa. So we're going to try and see how we could, pump the gas on membership, and then people will look at UNIA and say, "Oh, this is how you get to Africa. This is how you connect with Africa. The UNIA. We don't have to go independent." So I think that's the missing key. So many people they're overlooking the UNIA as a way to get to Africa or the Caribbean. The Caribbean doesn't even have a strong network as far as traveling between the islands. So I think that's a gap that should be filled pretty soon. I don't even have a passport in my hands, but Julian has already done that from Atlanta. We're just gonna see how we can, put a new engine on this thing. So that's just my report. There's a lot going on, but we're on it.
Thank you, Brother Chisoro. Thank you, Brother Chisoro. Something you said that caught my attention in regards to the need for government or the expressed lack of need for government. Local government. And I guess in Africa, the sentiment is a little bit different because they have their own African governments. But at any rate, page 96, Philosophy and Opinions, Volume 2. This is right before Garvey talks about the difference between the UNIA and other organizations. He says, to talk about government is a little more than some of our people can appreciate just at this time. The average man does not think that way just because he finds himself a citizen or a subject of some country. He seems to say, why should there be a need for any other government? We are French, English, or American, but we of the UNIA have studied seriously this question of nationality among Negroes, this American nationality, this British nationality, this French, Italian, or Spanish nationality, and have discovered that it counts for naught when the nationality comes in conflict with the racial idealism of the group that rules. When our interests clash with those of the ruling faction, then we find that we have absolutely no rights. But on Africa, I guess that can be seen a little bit different. It's like, hey, why we need
that's true. That's true in Africa too, because they'll, like, the white people created a lot of those, like a Nigerian or Ghanaian, and they're just not seeing the white man dominating as much until they start moving back. The Chinese start taking over. So it'll be like 100 years if we don't kickstart this thing. Then they'll have mixed race and different races ruling. Then they'll say, let's run that back. Garvey guy.
Thank you, Brother Chizoz. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the importance of us in America as well as in other places. We know what the future is in regards to colonialism. We've seen it, we lived through it. And if we're not going to stand up and fight against it for ourselves and for our brothers and sisters throughout the world, we're not sending the right message in regards to the effects of colonialism and the fact that we disagree with the process of colonialism. So if we don't disagree, if we don't come together and show our displeasure for colonialism while we live under it, what's going to motivate other nations and regions that look to us for leadership? What's going to motivate them to go away from colonialism?
I had another comment that came to me. One thing I saw, Brother James Wilson,
yeah,
on one of these. It was a YouTube channel. I don't know. You can ask him about it, or it's something about but it just has Jamaican and it's had like the Ugandan king on there. It's like a YouTube channel, but it's really big. I think Dr. Umar was on it, but it's he was on. He's reaching out. He's networking. It's a big YouTube channel that he was on. Representing education. And with me in Jacksonville, it's only been 2 years that I've been in a Black neighborhood, regular hood, trying to make it better. But it's like my coworkers and me being from Africa and networking. Now I'm in an AME neighborhood, which Garvey used to use as an international network. It duplicates a lot of things UNIA was doing and Booker T. But I'm in a neighborhood where a lot of times I think I could, put my money to shirts and just talk people into saying, hey, yeah, this UNIA thing, the church, we travel, we hook our neighborhoods up as and our institutions that exist to the idea of a UNIA. We put the shirts out. That's a plan. We do work around the neighborhood like cleanups, and it just becomes like, yeah, we're part of a UNIA. And eventually the Constitution comes, because it's hard to get people to sit down and read. But we're trying to get the activities started. Like I pay my neighbors to clean a yard. I go to work. Sometimes they don't. But it's like it'll be like my neighbors and associates come on board, and then I know Brother Julian has connections to another UNI that's connected to a UNI in Jamaica, which is connected to CARICOM, but just that one's not really active. But he's active in the church, and it's an AME church connected UNIA. So technically, you guys are connected to CARICOM in Atlanta too. I know there's a reparations big NOI and Black Panther meeting on reparations that happened at the university recently. So
I thought that was DC.
That was in Atlanta. I know under Malik Zulu Shabazz and one of the NOI split groups.
Okay, I thought that was DC. I know what you're talking about though.
I think it's going around the country. That's what I heard today. But it's like, unless the USA is a third or fourth world country, they're all watching what we're doing, but we're right there where we just gotta connect. I think Haiti was actually set up in the original Constitution as having like 6 military divisions. Like it's like a carbon copy of what a UNIA would be. So I didn't know that they knew about Garvey down there, but I don't think they've ever had a branch. Yeah. So if we said we're going into these towns and saying, "You couple people here, we're all together, we're all one," and then the Constitution comes along, the structure comes along. But it's good that the activity is already happening, and I don't think we're going to get a pat on the back as Africans for doing something late, or I get the sense we're not going to get a big round of applause or celebration for doing what's already there. We're just going to keep elevating. I had a brother here who says he wants to do real estate. I know people in Caribbean want to use the UNIA to get organized and have people travel there. Africa wants to travel, so it's going to have to be a lot of stuff happening at once.
I got you.
Brother Julian's really kickstarted a lot.
I got you. Brother Julian, I see your hand up. One comment to Brother Chisoro, then we'll switch over. But the first concept that that you would want people to buy into before we get to the UNIA or the Constitution or anything like that is the concept of self-governance, self-reliance, and self-governance. If people can buy into that, if Africans can buy into that, I think personally, then they will see the value of what Marcus Garvey did through the UNIA, and they would be willing to build on those accomplishments. But it makes it easier than, because once you get into that mindset, then you start to realize, hey, I need to create a constitution. Hey, I need a flag. I need all these things. But hopefully, when they become aware of Garvey and what has already been done, they can kind of hit the ground rolling. But the first thing is we got to buy into the concept of self-reliance and self-governance.
Have you seen the emblem of the AME Church?
No.
They changed. It's older than Garvey, but they changed it to be red, black, and green. So it's that underground church government.
When did they change?
They embrace. I think they embrace self-government, but it's like a lot of Black people in USA embrace it through the church. I think there has to be a meeting like, let's work together. That's what I'm working on in Jacksonville. But you gotta get it where you find it. For me, if it looks like self-reliance in any way, I'm gonna try and get there.
Is this? Let me share this and confirm that this is what you're talking about. The logo here.
Yep, that's a new thing.
Okay. I mean, I don't know when they made this change. I don't know if they documented when they made the change, but Declaration of Rights, August 13th, 1920. We stated at that point, Garvey stated at that point that the colors of our race will be red, black, and green. At that time, the UNIA declared ownership of those colors. And if others, I mean, it is colors of the race, so others have the freedom to use it. But we just had a problem with misrepresentation. And I'm concerned that, a lot of our people use it, but they misrepresent it. And with that, hold on, Brother Julian, go ahead. Now you go ahead, Brother Julian. You've been waiting patiently. I'll just bringing up a lot of good information.
Yes, to build on the conversation, March 25th, 1917, Marcus Garvey spoke at Big Bethel AME Church. And the brother in Jamaica, Brother Stephen Golden, has aspiration to speak, to do a commemoration of this speech. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to link with the church. That's one thing is us linking with that, and I'm glad to help to be a piece in that movement. I attend Allen Temple AME Church. I'm a third generation member of the AME Church. As we know, Back to Africa or Forward to Africa rather, is not unique to Garvey. But and the AME Church does have missions across the diaspora, but that's secondary. And primary, the primary was March 25th, 2024, us linking up to celebrate the fact that Marcus Garvey did speak at Big Bethel AME. Also, I shared a letter from Marcus Garvey to the president of Haiti. And I think that with the current situation in Haiti now, that for the UNIA as a whole, if we were to, share support, whether it be moral support or financial support to, when we talk about Black government, yes, Haiti, did create that Black government. But more so as far as moving forward, the idea of a multinational unity and that we could do something together. That's two, and there was something else. I should have wrote it down. We talked about the March 25th with Jamaica. Oh well, maybe it'll come back. I know we're connected, but that's those were the two main things, was that us the idea of us showing support to Haiti is one way that we can um be show ourselves of use, in addition to the third thing is I am also participating in the renovation of Fountain Hall on the campus of Morris Brown College. And I think that what Brother Stephen Golden is doing in Jamaica is making Marcus Garvey clubs on the Black College campus. And imagine this suggestion that there's a Liberty Hall on every Black college in America, and that this Liberty Hall would be a feeder into our UNIA divisions. And so one suggestion, and I'm here to continue this project, is that we make Fountain Hall a Liberty Hall of the South. And it's an opportunity for us to be able to duplicate this idea across Black college campuses across America and across the world.
I got you, Brother Julian. Brother Mason, I saw you had your hand up. Did you have something to say for the response, Brother Julian?
Yep, and it'll be my member share as well. I won't take too much more of your time, but definitely response to Brother Julian. I'm very excited that he's a part of the AME Church, and it kind of ties back into what we were talking about earlier when it comes to jurisdiction, because the highest jurisdiction that you can have in this land and be protected is a unincorporated religious assembly, with a 508c1a. So the UNIA partnering with the church, if that's I know I heard them mention something about us working together. I think it will help us to be able to, when we get to establish our jurisdiction as a whole. Right now, as far as the Uniform Commercial Code of the laws of the land that we're in, they draw their jurisdiction back to the church, the Catholic Church, through the Pope, through their partnership with the UN and England. So because a church being at the height of your governmental jurisdiction, it helps you draw morality to your laws, and that's kind of what the colonial system is right now. They have the Catholic Church as their highest church, but for the governmental jurisdiction, I believe that's why Garvey wanted us to have a religious component too, and that being one of our aims. But as far as the AME accepting the red, black, and green colors, I feel like going forward we need to have a serious conversation, along with Dr. Champs in jurisdiction, but also with the AME Church and that official partnership. So I did definitely want to support that and what he was saying, and that's one of the main thing. But that's all. I think I have one more thing, but we're just gonna leave it right there.
Thank you, Brother Macias. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Brother Julian, you know where we are. You know how to get in touch with us. We've had discussions offline, you and I, and about, intentions and things like that. It's funny that, Brother Macias, first vice president, and myself, we were out in Snellville yesterday for the Collard Green Festival. But the idea that we were promoting was, Brother Macias, what was the idea that we were sharing with members as we were giving out brochures?
Growing other divisions in Snellville, Gwinnett County.
Yes. So, as I said, Brother Julian, we've had discussions, and this is right in line with Garvey's vision But we need to stay in communication, you know. You're making good progress. I like what you're doing. But we just, you know, as I said earlier, proactive rather than reactive. We want to know about things as they progress and not, you know, on the back end, like, hey, you know, I've had this discussion with these people. I think we can do this, you know, and this will be a good move. But we're in support of what you're doing. Want you to continue, but just we need to tighten up the communication. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Oh, President John, the other thing too was about the on college campuses. We did do a presentation at last convention with our brother Everett from the Baltimore division, and we were talking about being on college campuses. And I did join a Greek fraternity when I was in college, and I did see the process of getting a new organization on the campus by going through the student body coordinator. So. I think that's a great idea as well, and definitely here to assist with any questions. We did do a presentation with Brother Everett in Baltimore about being on college campuses at the last convention, the one prior to Curaçao in Detroit.
And Brother Mason, you met Sister Jocelyn. She joined at
yes.
She's a student at Spelman, an international studies major, so she's going to be traveling abroad, but we, you know, need to do the best that we can to maximize that relationship and see what we can do about having UNIA programs on Spelman Morehouse campus. All right. I got you, brother JK. Baba James, are you there? Brother Nature. Sister Diane, did you join recently?
You mean the meeting?
Yeah, did you get a chance to share?
I didn't.
Is there anything you'd like to share with the membership from a personal level or from an office? 1 second, Baba James. Just 1 second, brother.
Baba James can go. Baba James can go.
All right, Baba James.
I'm on forgive me this prayer of nature. I'm on Baba James' phone.
Greetings, Brother Nature. How you doing?
Very good, very good. Alhamdulillah. Hey, I was just saying now for a long time, I noticed that it comes back here. I was trying to get the brothers to see the way of the official code of Georgia and the laws and you know the First Amendment and civil rights from the beginning. And brothers was like, oh, that's sold out. God ain't get that. Or they, you know, they looked at me like I was a white clock or something. And now it comes back around and fighting like, man, we need these attorneys, we need these surgeons, we need attorneys to represent us. So I'm like, okay, so how do we get it, you know, for everything I was trying to do first, how do we get together, have our own legal team for our government in areas in which we are needed in these situations? Those of us who will be interested in that field, you know, bar association and law, how do we get together? I mean, just to solidify a legal council in which we would take care of any and all situations for First Amendment and civil for our people and the organization.
Excellent question, President Nature. Attorney Imhotep, are you there?
Yes.
I know that this has come up several times. I remember when I was in Chicago, I think it was 2019, we were having a discussion and somebody brought up legal issues similar to what Sister Belinda was mentioning today. And at that time, you know, I said, hey, I made that realization that we continue to talk about legal issues, but we don't follow through with organizing from a legal perspective. Brother Nature just mentioned organizing some type of legal counsel. I want to know your thoughts on that and what would be the requirements. Would the individuals that participate in this type of group, would they all need to be legally certified, or what would be your vision on a legal defense committee office?
Yeah, that would need to be discussed further. The nature of the body and the purpose. I would just say that it needs to be researched.
Okay.
Just the parameters
Now,
being
do
made.
it. Forgive me. During the time in which me, Ross Marvin, Yah Davis, Moses Levi, and Andrew Garden was overseeing the Atlanta division, there was a legal counsel, and I mean, and areas of chaplain and legal counsel were my chief concerns. But I don't know, for some reason I couldn't get the brothers as bad as we needed, and we saying it today. At that time, I could get no brother to see it my way.
Yeah, to Attorney Timo, yeah, to Attorney Imhotep's point, it would be something that we need to reestablish. Based on what you said, I don't see any disagreement. Garvey teaches us that we have to have a relationship with the government, and we have to know the laws of our government as well as the government that we reside in. But again, we have to have a diplomatic relationship, and that comes with an understanding of what's expected of the governing body. So, brother,
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's a good idea. It's a great idea. I'm in support of it, but we need your help to keep driving that idea and sharing that idea so that we can get some more support from our members to buy into that concept.
Okay, because me myself, I became a legal counselor, lawyer, but I mean, just being in the system so much and in front of the patient, I got in there, represented myself, and won and beat two cases, and they like, hey, legal, if you can get in there and do it, that means legal attorney, you know. So it didn't even take the bar association. It just took the know-how, getting there, need to represent yourself, and winning your point, proving your point, and winning your case.
Got you.
Know. So, man. So okay, I'm 100% on that. I want you to know I'm here. And I've been there for a while. I've been wanting to see it, and I'm giving it 100%. Now that I know I would.
Thank you, President Nature. As we've discussed, we got quite a bit on our calendar for October. We want to finish out the year strong. I would ask you to come back in 2 weeks for our next mass meeting. Bring this up again, and we need to in November. We need to schedule a day where we can really focus on legal defense committee. We had a member that just joined recently, Brother Del Vecchio, who joined for Garvey Day, but I was listening back to the meeting a couple weeks back, and he's a lawyer as well. So it seems like we have, as always, we've got the right people. We just got to bring them together and organize them. So President Nature, Counsel General Attorney Imhotep, myself, we would, be the leaders to bring this thing together.
President John.
Hold on, Dr. Shams had his hand up. First Vice President.
Race first.
Dr. Shams.
Yes, there's a saying in law that says that ignorance of the law is no fault of the courts.
Yes.
You don't have to be an attorney to know the law. You don't even have to be an attorney to cite the law. You got a right to defend yourself.
Yes,
That's
sir.
throughout anybody's constitution. Peace and race first.
Yes, sir. Sister Belinda, I think you had a hand up. Did you put your hand down?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to say that I'm interested in the legal defense team I have one with my organization, and we're also looking to put together a team of scholar attorneys to help assist us with the injustice in the criminal justice system and help people better understand and represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Belinda. I'll keep that note. Brother Macius.
Yeah, I always say, people are already in a lot of organizations. One of our greatest tasks is to organize organizations. There's an app called the Turn Signal app that some Black attorneys started. When you get pulled over, you have the app on your phone. You can get to pull up a video chat with these group of attorneys at that time of pullover. It may be a good opportunity for they have a attorney coalition right there, and these are Black lawyers who started this app for us to partner with them and grow from that attorney coalition and see how we could outsource it and make it a part of what we do. And sometimes outsourcing means supporting, and maybe us downloading their app in masses could be something that's beneficial to them or that we could maybe present to them.
Yes,
So just wanted to add that note for those people who are organizing that committee.
Good idea. Thank you. And also, we spoke on attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. I believe he's got a group, Black Lawyers for Justice. That would be another. And we also mentioned, obviously, National Action Network from Brother Sharpton, but Brother Nature, myself, Attorney Emotep, Sister Belinda, we've got to kind of go through each of these organizations and understand the relationship that we can have, how we can benefit each other. All right, it is 9:23. We are an hour and 23 minutes over. Anyone that did not get a chance to share, before we move to close.
Nah, but I got a question though. So, President, if you're a commissioner, I thought you was commissioner like over the South. I mean, well, it's over still Southeast. But who is over Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana?
Currently, there is no commissioner, so those areas would roll up to the President General.
Which first?
Yeah, we have to build those areas, and that's kind of where I was going with that point. We're in a rebuilding phase. Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Midwest, more areas in the Midwest.
We have Sister Tania in Dallas. Like, have we not thought about, getting the 7 Negroes out there what Sister Tania is and possibly helping her in a division out there so that we can possibly cover those grounds? Has that been a thought?
We have. We've had a brief discussion. It hasn't evolved to forming a division. My remembrance of what Sister Tania's opinion is she likes being a part of our division. She wouldn't want to, even if there was a new division created, she would still want to be a part of our division.
Okay, race first.
Race first.
I had a comment. I forgot to mention I was at a Igbo festival in Brunswick, Georgia, like an hour away from Jacksonville, and it was established that there's something called the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission, which is under the National Park Services. Basically, Congress or a senator, somebody. It's basically the federal government recognized a Black heritage cultural district in the Southeast, where there's on paper they're supposed to be developing the cultural, economic well-being of the people in the area, but it's on paper that this is supposed to be an African development area. So trying to see how that could, and they saying they're working with Africa and Igbo land in Nigeria. So I'm building on that since August. The connections I met there, some people in Atlanta. We're trying to tie in Haiti, but it's a lot going on. I'm gonna stay in contact with Julian and people over here and see about that connection. But it's a lot going on now.
I got you. Is that the Gullah Geechee? Is that under Queen Quet?
No, actually, this is after she started her nationhood movement. The government said, "Oh yeah, we should have our own movement."
Wow.
And so, actually, yeah, that's a big point because when I went to that meeting with the Igbos, and I've been talking to them as long as I'm born into that culture, and like I've been texting them for a long time about making a league. I saw white chiefs, white people over that whole organization saying that they're white chiefs. So
Ooh.
the UNIA, and that's one of the biggest tribes in Africa. So I'm like, yeah, the UNIA is needed. That's what's blocking. Because there'll be people, when people take these DNA tests and they say they trace to a tribe, there'll always be some white people there, or
Yeah.
people with majority white blood. So that's why you don't see them these organizations going into the neighborhoods. People are already running interference, trying to get into Africa, trying to get into these tribes. So yeah, it's the UNIA has it on paper what's allowed, so it's still needed.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and
So
that's we like I said, we're in 2023. I can't thank Garvey enough for his foresight. But Council General and I just had a brief discussion about this yesterday. But the red, black, and green flag, the red, is on top. That's race first. It's the blood that we accept, that identifies us. That goes back to the first man and woman that was created in Africa. That's what makes us Africans, and that's what makes us family, to where we can work together. But race first, it's got to be race first. It can't be tribe. It can't be nationality. It can't be religion, because all of these things can be infiltrated by other races. It has to be race first. But thank you, Brother Chisoro, for that insight. A lot of good. Go ahead, Brother Chisoro.
Like I shared with Julian today, the idea of land and being a citizen. Like there was a white guy who went to Africa and he claimed a piece of land recently, like a tiny strip of land. And he said he's got his own kingdom and he's gonna write all the laws. I was telling Julian, what you're doing in Haiti or people who travel to Africa, if they claim citizenship in a village and it's under the UNIA laws, that could be done too. Even probably you could get to the Olympics, and just with a little piece of land, people aren't even thinking about that.
Yep.
The white guy could think about it. But like you claim a kingdom or a village in Haiti, they got the chiefs and all that still. So it's a lot that can be done. Or that, yeah. So I'm gonna stay in contact with Julian, see how it goes. He shared something. But CARICOM, Jamaica, I think that's got to be the base of a lot, because there's land. I don't think real estate and business can be done here, but yeah, I'm looking at the Caribbean especially. But race first. Yep.
Race first. Yes, sir. Last thing, and I'll be done and we'll get ready to close out. But we mentioned Haiti. We work with his brother Kwaku Lumumba. I don't know if y'all know him, Brother Julian. I don't know if you know him, Brother Chisoro. I don't know if you know him. But he works with the organization COSA, KOSSA. It's supposed to have a meaning in Haitian, but he's here in Atlanta. He's a part of our Atlanta Pan-African Coalition. And as soon as things, he's always our first contact when things go on in Haiti. When the president was assassinated, he was the first to let us know. And he's been, letting us know about things going on in Haiti for a couple weeks now. And we've been in discussion with him and with his organization as far as how we can support. So, Brother Julian, Brother Chisoro, like I said, the key thing is communication. We're all.
I know I know Kwaku for years, but my thing was starting divisions, and I know his organization. He talked about socialism.
Yes,
but I don't know if that's black first. And my own thing is, if it's a UNIA division, even if any sort of, it's got to be on paper that you have some sort of race first thing. We fell out of contact, but there's a lot of ways to get into Haiti, but you got to build divisions on paper, or well, there has to be law saying this is we're supporting something race first, and it's mutual support for me.
I got you. I'm just noting some of the resources that we have and we've been in contact with. Also, our first assistant president general, brother Raymond Duguay. I don't know if he is Haitian or if his family is Haitian, but he's got a lot of Haitian connections as well. And he does, he gives us a lot of direction as far as how we can interact and assist Haiti as they're going through what they're going through. But we are aware, we're aware of the coalition that's been put together by the United States, but I think it's being led by Kenya, even though it's kind of colonial powers have come together, but they've, put a black face on it. So we're aware, but, we're just trying to move carefully. We also just talked about the Uhuru movement, Baba Omawali Yeshiteli, but we also have to be aware of the issues that they went through that led the police to kind of raid their facility. They were deemed to be supporters of Russia or, some involvement with Russia. So we just have to be careful about our interactions. We don't want to be seen as an organization that's sponsoring a group that the United States is openly working against. So to Lady President's comments earlier, we have to whisper, we have to work quietly, sometimes behind the scenes, but still be effective and still provide assistance. And Brother Kwaku is a member of Division 421. We haven't, created any divisions in Haiti, but he does support the local division. So that's all I got. Anyone have anything before we close out? Anyone did not get a chance to share? Sister Diane, did you want to say anything?
Good evening, race first, nothing to share at this time.
Okay. Sister Diane heads up. Me, you, President Ross, and Sister Aziza. I don't know who else was involved. I think Baba James said he wanted to be involved, I think. But we're supposed to be having a membership meeting next Sunday on Zoom. And we're going through our membership database, new members, and we want to make sure we keep new members engaged as well as reaching out to our older members to keep them engaged as well. But we're going to go through that process next week.
Okay. Okay, count me in.
Okay, that's all I got. Anyone have anything? Last comments? Been a very good meeting, long meeting. Yes, it's gonna be terrible editing this thing because it's what 4.5 hours. But it's a lot of good information, good discussions. We just have to continue this progress. I don't want to wait 12 months and then have another good discussion. Let's put some work onto the ideas that we've developed today, and maintain the communication. That's the key thing.
I just want to say, Brother John, make sure that I get my application so I can get that done right away. And then I will follow up with Brother Ross, Marvin, to get my membership and everything, my dues paid.
I got you, Sister Belinda. I made a note. The ball is in my court. Just give me a couple days to make sure. I should have it out by tomorrow, at least in 24 hours, but give me 48 hours, just out of grace.
All right, and I'll keep you informed if anything happened. I'll make sure I keep you guys in the loop. Okay.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be in the meeting tonight. Sorry we went way over, but I felt much better that I had an opportunity to share with you all what's going on with me here in Louisiana.
Thank you. Yeah, and that helps us as well. We need to be informed as to what our people are going through, the challenges, the obstacles that we got to face, and we need to be developing solutions and programs for that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks
Right.
everyone.
And I'm
Thank you.
sending so much power and love to you right now. Just keep your head up. Keep fighting. We got your back.
Thank you, my sister. I appreciate that so much. You all have a amazing rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Race first, President.
Race first. Lady
Race
President,
first.
you want to close us out?
Absolutely. Everybody get your right fist. Point to your red, black, and green flag. One God.
One God.
One aim.
One
aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa.
Africa.
For the Africans.
For the
For the
Africans.
Africans.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
And those abroad.
Race first, family, sending love. Good night.
Race
Race
first.
first and
Good night.
peace. Race first. Peace.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.